both ways before you cross me, baby, cause I don't break for boys. I'm moving on, hey, got nothing left to say. Let's be on my way, best of luck. I'm moving on, got nothing left to say. Let's be on my way, best of luck. I'm moving on, got nothing left to say. Let's be on my way, best of luck. I'm moving on, I'm moving on.
watching those scenes in the movies when one lover's hand was here. But now I'm a weeping willow, connecting with all their woes, knowing we have a love that's deeper than those. Yeah, darling, you've got so much patience with me. Even when we disagree, you never leave. Darling, you've got so much patience with me. I hope to share the grace you glean. Grace you glean. Grace you glean. Grace you
If I had all the time in the world and I could spend it as I see fit, I would travel for a year. I would take all of the pressure off of my shoulders.
Got time, I make good meals. Go ride, I take 2 wheels. Come bring you that good feel. I don't have trouble keeping days full. I don't wanna sell 5, get 2. Always on time when the rent's due. I don't wanna grind just to get through. Tryna spend mine like a bitch. Minutes are riches off clock when I'm coming on. Profit is labor unpaid. Feeling infinite, I'm in it all summer long. Natural ways, casual fit. 5 pocket Levi's, Adidas for kicks. 3-pack of black tees, easy to hit. See me with her and they seem unconvinced. How do you do that when it's all in the hips? I take my time for feeling finesse. She feel alive, she don't wanna feel less. We stand in line, she rubbing my neck. I don't like lines cause I wanna be next. Even on a minimum, I innovate. I can fit a lot in a long day. Put me on a minute, let me demonstrate. I only keep time when the song plays. I don't got enough time to get it off of my mind. Get it off when I'm all in. So fake, focus in line. In and out, I feel new. I know how to get loose. Slipping out of these shoes, these old Vans. Grown man and I'm getting bigger. Been so right. Sleep all day when it takes all night. Spend my week, I spend my life. I don't want breaks, I wanna take flight. I don't want money, I wanna be free. Gotta make money, I'm gonna be me. Gonna be bald and evolved and elite. Follow my calling along with the beat. Yeah, I may ride slow, but I may ride so I stay independent. I know any place I go, in my state's my home, I said in a minute. Capital worries, capital dreams. Kissing no ring, capital's king. Tryna get out of here, flapping my wings. Pressure makes diamond cut capital stream. Got time, I make good meals. Go ride, I take 2 wheels. Come bring you that good feel. I don't have trouble keeping days full. I don't wanna sell 5, get 2. Always on time when the rent's due. I don't wanna grind just to get through. Tryna spend mine like I'm meant to.
Just non-stop. I would visit different places and learn from different cultures, eat different foods, and witness their dances, learn about their spirituality, and what love and family mean to them.
They say the fractures in my brain make a sudden weaving high and low. These pains, fractures in my brain take never healing, take its see you waiting for me there. They say that I may never shake it. Read it in the chemicals. Each the same, the ways I've tried to break it. But I may never shake it. Late in the rain as they go. You are holding me up above the water. I see you there. Holding me up above the water. I see you waiting for me there. I can see you waiting for me there. I can see you waiting for me there.
Yeah.
Africa TV, Freak Up Studio, live.
Hey,
2022 Hot 6
Let's go.
GSL SuperTournament, Season 1.
bet.
What is up, everybody? We are here at day 3 of the GSL
once again,
Super
I'm back
Tournament.
around.
We're in
Wish
the
you
round of
back
8.
inside.
We're going to bang
Haters
out all these
reconcile.
best of 5s.
I'm so black
And then we'll be back
first
on
class,
Thursday
sick as hell.
for the round of 4 in the finals.
Yeah. We had a very interesting first round, Tasteless.
Yeah,
The
a lot of-
second day, a lot of 3-0s, and there's been a lot of upsets so far. It's always
And-
kind of fun to start the new year and see who's in shape and who's not.
And not just that we had some one-sided games, but one-sided upsets.
Yeah.
A lot of the players that, historically, we would look at a matchup like this and say, well, if it is going to be one-sided, it's going to be this guy that's going to come out. In most cases, in the round of 16, it was the opposite, which is kind of surprising, exciting that we may see a shift and who's really on top out here as we move into 2022.
Yeah, and don't forget that finals and round of 4 we are selling tickets for. You can see down at the bottom if you'd like to order those tickets. Definitely do so. We have all the information there. You have to be vaccinated, stuff like that. Don't forget. Well, you're not.
You have to have your second vaccination.
So, yeah.
But if you're in Seoul, come in. We'll get the tickets if they're still available. Come down. And you can actually see an esports event live out here. I know for StarCraft that's a rarity, and in Korea in general that's a rarity. We're really in kind of lockdown mode. I mean, stuff is open for a little bit, but it's not like it was in the old days. So this is a great opportunity to come down and enjoy some good old StarCraft. And of course, hear our casting live in the studio.
Yeah, look at that. 6 3-0 stasis in the round of 16. It's kind of crazy. A couple 3-2s in there as well, but yeah, you can really see all these crazy upsets. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of a wide open tournament at this point. Obviously, you got to kind of look towards Maru as the big favorite overall, but there's some dangerous characters in here for him to beat.
Yeah, I think Maru, clearly the safest bet. Dark, you got to give a nod to, but ByuN did play surprisingly well. Creator, I have nothing but question marks around how he's going to perform here against Zoun. Zoun, again, looking very refined, very solid.
Yeah,
Bunny versus Zest is going to be a great way to start this off. And, Hero was one of those 3-0 players that just, rocketed through the round of 16. I don't know if he can do anything like that here against Maru. If he does, I feel like he has to be the favorite. But, he just came back onto the scene, just finishing his military service. So, showing a lot of promise, to say the least.
Yeah, and I mean, if he can make an upset here, that's going to be absolutely gigantic and break the tournament wide open. But, I mean, looking at it, it does look like a Maru Dark type of tournament here, which, of course, would be a great finals. But if either of those guys get upset tastes, that is going to be a wild start to the year.
Zest looking very good coming into this Super Tournament.
Yeah.
He's always had that style of kind of finding the moment to win and building into that versus kind of padding his play throughout like we'd see with like a Stats or even these other races where they're more about measured growth and cutting corners. Zest really is on the opposite of that, and we're going to see if he can bring that kind of play here today.
Yeah. I got to say, I really like the resurgence of Zest that we've seen in this past year. Almost won another GSL, which would have put him by far the strongest Protoss ever in GSL history. He's done pretty well in Super Tournament as well. But he's going up against this guy, Bunny, who is super strong right now. Like, I mean, look at those results. Round of 8, round of 4, round of 16 for GSL Code S's last year. A couple of round of 8s in Super Tournaments as well. Like, that's some serious results for him. This is a guy that had a hard time being in the round of 16. So he has been coming up. He beat Rogue. Honestly, his games, he looks to me like the second best Terran right now, Maru.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're probably right.
As much as I like ByuN, he looks better than ByuN to me.
He looks a little bit more well-rounded. ByuN, again, very stylistic, but very good at what he does. This is going to be a great match to start stuff off. And Bunny, this is a guy, I feel like every time I'm casting him, I feel like I'm rooting for him more and more. The fact that he has improved so much, he's been in the GSL forever, and, he was oftentimes a mainstay, but not, one of these guys at the front of the pack. And here he is now, really looking better than ever, really having improved his own take onto the game. But Zest is going to be a tricky opponent, to say the least. And, man, we do go fast here on the third day of Super Tournament. We are ready to jump into Game 1 in the first best of 5 tonight. This is Zest versus Bunny. I kind of stopped myself half with it. Zest versus Bunny.
Dragon Phoenix Gaming.
Right there.
Zest.
Tassels was a 12 pylon.
Qua.
Yeah. Delayed that first probe. Get his pylon a bit quicker.
Surely to get a gate.
Bunny.
To get a gateway out quickly.
This is going to be an extremely tight build order. Meanwhile, Bunny not taking it seriously. He's playing with one hand.
I know.
Does this guy even want to be a pro gamer?
He might as well have 2 coffee cups in each hand. No, this is very cool. We don't see this as often in modern StarCraft 2, like a very sharp opening like this, a pylon in the main immediately into a quick gate, into a quick gas. So we're going to see how much this will throw Bunny off. Now, even if Bunny scouts, there's a chance he doesn't pick up on the build right away either. A lot of times you come in there and it's either structures you already see or, you know, the lack of something else.
Definitely.
But he also hasn't scouted yet even, so this could be a very interesting early game.
Now the cybernetics core has been started. This probe was sent out right after making that second gas, so he's going to proxy something. I would be very surprised if it's not a Stargate. But yeah, this is going to basically be like the quickest that you can get something. What Zest is showing us, it's not like an overly complicated concept. He got the pylon as quickly as possible and built everything as quickly as possible after
and
that.
now the core is being made as quickly as possible so that it can complete as quickly as possible, so a Stargate can be made as quickly as possible.
Yeah. And this is like going to literally be the quickest thing.
So it's important to identify this, you know, if you're someone who's watching casually, because this could look like every other proxied Stargate, but actually it is that on steroids.
Yeah, he did start a Stalker before the Stargate, but that is the only thing that slowed it down all. So this is going to be very, very fast.
And
I'm excited about this. This is cool.
Honestly, the opening here for Zest pairs up pretty nicely against what he's going to be. Oh, can he get the SCV?
Oh, gets the kill.
Yeah. I mean, getting value out of that scouting SCV. Now, by the way, in this case, he doesn't have a probe here to try to make shield batteries or anything like that if he's going to have a Void Ray come out. So we should mention that, but that might not be, you know, the theme or the spirit of the strategy, really. You can see that already the Stalker gets here, and it looks like this should be, you know, slowing things down a little bit here from the perspective of Bunny, but in fact, a Void Ray is like 60% complete. The bunker is going to finish, but you know, we don't have a Marine that can come in here just yet. Here comes another probe, by the way, to make that pylon. So he is, in fact, going to kind of amplify the pressure over here at the entrance and try to really punish this.
And look, the probe came in the other way. The Hellion is actually going around. It's looking for exactly what Zest is doing, but not in the right place. And he missed the probe coming up, the second probe. Like, losing the first probe actually hides this even better. So this is bad news for Bunny right now.
And the fact that he can then shut down the depot over here. By the way, no wall in at the entrance, but there's a Stalker here. The thing is, I don't know how many kills this Hellion's really going to get. One Hellion, it's usually not enough if there's anything to also try to fight back on it. Now, with the Marines coming out, you can see the Void Ray can just kill the Marines as they come back out over here. The second Void Ray is going to come in here. And if he can go ahead and get this other depot and supply block him, and maybe even get that reactor as well, I mean, it's just going to be, I think, too much damage for Bunny to deal with. Then again, this all goes back to the fact that the pylon was made earlier, so the core was made earlier. Oh my God, is he going to lose this? Oh no, he keeps it alive, and then he makes a sharp pull over here to the side, and actually goes over onto the bunker, but then ends up losing a Void Ray. Now, there still may be too much damage that's been dealt over here. You can see nothing's really able to flee the Void Ray without the damage taking it out. And so right before, actually right after the two Marines managed to escape out the barracks to the safety of the bunker, you know, that's going to be the last time we're going to see two Marines at a time here. Now, he is making Cyclones here, which can combat Void Rays to some extent. But I'm worried that, especially with the fact that we have the production facilities over here on the left side, you can just keep hitting the main. Actually, he's just even going to go ahead and try to get that tech add-on.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like he's going to be able to quite get it. Bunny knows that is the most important thing going on right now. Magfield might be the only thing that can really save him. We'll see about that. Like, I mean, this is so much damage coming out. 3 Void Rays, 4 Stalkers. That's insane. He gets some lock-ons here. He does have that upgrade done now.
Yeah, I got to say, Zest is being a little bit sloppy with the Void Rays here.
A little bit.
It can be kind of hard, you know, when you're microing stuff and it's getting this intense stuff and get a little bit slippery. But the fact that Bunny is actually fighting him back is really something. The problem is this hasn't really curbed the momentum of the rush. I mean, it would be much better if there were 4 Void Rays instead of 2.
Yeah, game would be over at 4 right now.
But, you know, let's see if Bunny can continue to hang on here. Oh, this bunker does not have SCVs around it to repair just yet, and it looks like not in the nick of time. The Marines will be picked off there as they exit the bunker.
Oh!
And now, yeah,
that's it.
That should be GG.
Bunny smiles like a smirk there, shakes his head.
Yeah, frustrating game.
Yeah.
Good planning here by Zest, though.
But you're right, the execution seemed just slightly off, still good enough to bust Bunny. but
GG.
not perfectly done. Now, obviously, that's like a kind of, I don't know. I'm not sure what to call it. It's not a backhanded compliment, and it's like kind of like it's like a small thing to say, but it wasn't perfect execution from Zest, right? If it was a little bit stronger on some of the micro points, like when he brought the Void Ray over and the 2 Marines popped out of the bunker and killed it, it's like you didn't I saw that coming a mile away.
It's kind of a funny thing because, like, it's almost like we're grading like an ice skating performance or something with that. But you're kind of looking for the perfection. I mean, those attacks really are hinged on everything being executed perfectly. But the fact that Zest kind of had to be honest, subpar control there and still close it out actually emphasizes the power of the build order.
Yes, absolutely. I don't think ByuN played poorly there, but he definitely got caught off guard. The Hellion went looking for what Zest was doing, just in the wrong places.
Yeah, and I think also, a build we don't really see that often in GSL. So props to Zest. He's 1-0 against ByuN. Let's go into game 2.
Game starts. Dragon Phoenix Gaming, Zest. Team NV, ByuN.
So ByuN's sending an SCV out immediately. It's not making a beeline over to the Protoss's base, and the barracks has started in the main.
Yep. And we'll see if he proxies. I mean, the way he's sending that, it definitely does look like a proxy.
Yeah, well, he's kind of moving it around.
It could be a scout, right?
Yeah, he might be trying to kind of move it through a path where he could find a setup for something. But it is a very quick SCV sent out, and it's actually going to pass by this probe, which is okay. So it's going to be the eBay block. This is to thwart the Protoss from making the Nexus right away.
4 probes immediately come down, the standard. Start attacking that eBay. ByuN tries to get a bit more health, and we'll get out of there.
This is a pretty good catch here by Zest. You know, if the eBay is allowed to produce for even a couple of seconds before it's detected, you know, it's a building that makes pretty fast and has a lot of hit points. So I think Zest deals with this very easily, brushes this aside, and moves on with what he wanted to do.
Absolutely. So throws down his Nexus, and looks like ByuN going to go ahead and throw down his command center. So no harm, no foul.
Yeah, it's going to be a game that, you know, I don't think there's been any major interruptions here for either side. But Zest certainly playing a different game from that game 1. I really like the build order there. You know, it's one thing to do the proxy.
You're meaning, the proxy void,
Yeah. Well, to get it out that quick, because we've seen a lot of games where people do make proxy void, right? Versus Terran versus Protoss, where you know, it already looks pretty strong, but the fact that you then, you know, push it up by like 10% momentum by just having everything come out quickly, and then just barely having enough back at home to fund the progression of the rush. It's a smart way to kind of amp up your build.
Absolutely.
You know, when you're in competition this high.
Yeah, I think when you optimize a build like that to just make it like a few seconds quicker, that can really throw things off for a player. You know, you practice against certain standards, and if you're practicing and normally it's, you know, 10 seconds later or something, that makes a huge difference at this level.
Yeah, things are really timed out so perfectly. So, you know, again, a smart build here. We've got the Stargate coming again. This time it's back at home. It may be for an Oracle to try to come through and scout and see what exactly is going on. We've got Widow Mines here for the Terran. Starport on the way. It's so far, you know, a pretty slow, I guess, average game, you could say, as far as development on both sides.
Yeah, nothing too aggressive. I mean, it looks like pretty standard stuff. We'll just see how that Oracle ends up doing. Is he going to fly into a mine? You know, there's so many interesting places to hide those nowadays. Put them under the radar dish, underneath the gas.
Yeah, it's one of the funny things that's not really talked about that much in RTS is the 2.5D is what they call it, the angle that you're seeing the game. You're not really truly seeing it from above. And so sometimes, whether it's like a building, like the little top of a building, or like a tree or anything, you can sometimes hide the actual image of the unit there. and then throw him off.
Yeah, and he actually scouted where it was over the starport, rather. So the Oracle knows where not to go and knows that this is something that Bunny is trying to do. Oh!
Yes, even sees that there, and then comes back in here, and I mean, some pretty big interruptions on the mining. The Oracle's actually going to get away, albeit with very few hit points, but honestly pretty impressive. Now, immediately Bunny wants to punch back here. He's coming out, but this is going to get spotted by the Oracle, both the movement of the medevac as well as the Marines on the ground.
Yeah. And there's not a lot of units here, right? He took that third base off of one Oracle and one Stalker, so a few more Stalkers being made. You know, with very good micro, he might be able to slow this down, but I am a little bit worried for him about that medevac with the mines, right? Because he's got a micro here, but he's also got to watch out for the mine drop that's coming.
Yeah, he is going to see the mines coming in here. He tried to actually get in between the Stalkers, and in fact, he did succeed in doing that. Whoa, the Oracle goes down. Thought it was going to go to the probe for a second there. Now, he can take out this one mine here. Honestly, you know, he's kiting this very well. Keep in mind, Stalkers actually can kite Marines. Oh, dude, Zest is a king. Stalkers can kite Marines indefinitely if they're just microed, you know, intensely. You know, they are actually faster than Marines. We don't really see these fights happen that often because it's one of the things you learn early on. So I feel like Bunny's strategy has backfired entirely. Zest was ahead when he hit with the Oracle.
Yeah.
I mean, he is doubly or triply ahead post-destroying the medevac, the Widow Mines, and the Marines.
Well, this is peak Zest right here. Like, this is actually, you know, what I've talked about so many times with the way that he plays. Like, look at his build where he literally had one Oracle and one Stalker, went 3 Nexus, used up all of his Oracle health and energy, killing 4 SCVs, and then holds Bunny sending everything he has across the map. Easily. Like, it's crazy. And now here he is attacking. He's up, like, dude, he's up 15 workers right now? Are we serious? Oh my god, he has Blink?
He's just going to win the game with Blink here. I mean, you know, this is what happens if Terran tries to attack out. You know, it's one of the reasons why you hear so often in our cast us talk about stim finishing, because really Terran can't do very much without stim, especially with Marines, and we're seeing that here. You know,
do you see this?
Stalkers alone, I mean, it's making it look like it's a StarCraft 1 PvT here with Dragoons just bashing, you know, the Terran here at the entrance of his base. Now, I don't feel like Zest is having the cleanest control in all this, but it just exhibits the lead that he has.
Yeah, and as long as he does not, like, blunder at these Stalkers, he's pretty good to go, man. Like, he is up so many workers right now. He's got those 3 bases, and he can add his production. Look, he's adding 3 gates right now, getting charged, getting +1. Observers coming out. Just looking so good for Zest right now.
Oh, he's going to try to come in here and intercept. This is actually a pretty good tactic by Bunny, and, you know, I think Zest might have gotten a little carried away with himself. I do think his control is, like, a little bit subpar, to be honest. And now you see with Stim, now the infantry can actually chase down the Stalkers.
Yeah. And recalls them out. I think that's actually a good play there.
Yeah, I think so. I think
Maybe
it's better than walking back.
He might have stayed slightly too long, but you're right. It felt like he might be able to kill Bunny, and then the micro was a little off. I think he might have... I don't think it's like he's clicking wrong. He's like, oh, I just can't micro today. I think it's more like he went home, made his gates, got his upgrades, right? Like he's doing that type of multitasking where the attack is no longer as important as just continuing the build forward. Because if he continues the build forward, like, watch this. In, like, a minute here, watch and see how much Zest has. It's going to be kind of crazy with how quick that third came up.
Well, you know, it's one thing to look at the back and forth with the fight. That you're right, Zest almost won there. But once he goes back and just makes all the gateways he needs, like, he's going to have so much stuff.
Yeah. And here's the thing, too, right? Like, normally at this point in the game, this is generally where Terran gets ahead on supply by quite a bit, army-wise.
Yeah, that's very true.
But Zest right now, like, he is doing a drop of Zealots right now. He's getting his Dark Shine, making Immortals. This forces the army to come back. And, I mean, Zest just has everything going on.
And you gotta really appreciate the fact that Terran can't leave his base, you know? Like, I guess you can come out with this, but, like, to have your whole army come across here and... This is going to kill a probe or two, not even, in fact. Whips
Goes
the
into
shot.
The Kaiser. God.
Blows
Truly
the
everything is going well for Zest. Okay, loses 5 there.
I think we might end up with another 3-0. It'll be the seventh the 3-0 that we've had in a row in Super Tournament. Because
that would be crazy, yeah.
Yeah, isn't that funny? I feel like we've actually never even had 6 3-0s, I feel like.
Well, we have so far in this
well,
tournament.
I mean, for this, but I'm just saying, even that was probably
you
a
might be
first.
right.
But like this tournament just keeps getting one-sided. So yeah, I mean, with ease, you see Zest handle that attack, and I think Bunny's doing a good job of trying to fight back. But I just worry, especially with this upcoming attack, there's a real vulnerability here for Bunny.
Yeah, I love, by the way, that this is like the quickest DT blink ever from Zest.
Right.
Really, normally that's considered a much later game upgrade. But he's getting it right now. Looks like he's getting into Disruptor tech. I mean, it could be Colossus as well. It feels like Disruptor this game. But here we go. DT's being dropped out. Blink's still on the way, but doesn't seem like he'll get it before this is cleaned up.
Yeah, and what's more important is that this attack over here, there's nothing that Terran can do about it because he's trying to take care of the DT attack inside of his main. He is going to come back. It looks like this DT is still here, though. As you can see, Bunny's multitasking is really getting taxed over here.
Yeah.
More SCVs are going to be picked off one by one. The command center is getting so low. We may see GG here if Terran can't really turn this around. Goes on top of that Immortal and takes it out. But I think losing one Immortal is certainly forgivable here for Zest, considering the lead he's put himself in and continues to stay in. Oh my God, and now there's nothing to repair.
Dude, Zest is really on top of things.
Yeah, he is
my
just,
God.
he's going to kill these SCVs in recall, yeah.
Yeah, he loses a handful of Stalkers there, but totally worth. He's up 50 supply right now. Disruptors are coming out, which is like, that like seals the deal right there, those Disruptors.
I think so.
Because now you can't even do the counter where you're like, okay, well, you did spend a lot of units dealing damage to me. He's like, yes, I did, but try to attack into Disruptors with shield batteries. Please try that.
This is the last hurrah here from the Terran, it looks like. He wants to try to come across and attack, but now there's going to be these Zealots sent down here. Now, maybe this doesn't work out because the Zealots are not here with this. But
the Zealots are overkill. We don't need those there.
That's a win more move.
We already have this game. Like, all you have to do is live through this one attack.
Yeah.
This is the only thing you need to do as Zest. And he's like sent more units. He's like, I want to really win.
Yeah. But I think that he will survive this attack, especially with the Disruptors being well placed enough.
Yeah, but I think honestly, even in theory, you should not have sent the Zealots. Like, after that much damage, just make sure you crush this. And he still will. GG.
All right, 2-0 for Zest. Are we going to go to a 3-0 and actually get the 7th 3-0 in Super Tournament?
Dude, I got to bring out this old saying. Zest just monster punched Bunny to the moon.
He did, dude. He monster punched him.
That was
to
crazy.
The moon.
Like, I've never seen such a monster punch in my life. And Bunny is like, it doesn't even look like he's playing poorly, but Zest is just, when you send your Oracle in and you use up all of its energy and all of its health while making a third Nexus and you have one Stalker
and
at
you're
home.
killing SCVs.
Yeah, and then your opponent brings over 12 Marines, a medevac, and 3 mines. You think you'd be in trouble. No, though.
No.
Absolutely not. Not only are we going to have Blink in a moment, but 4 Stalkers will hold this.
Yes. So we're going to go to Glittering Ashes now, and Bunny basically has to do a reverse sweep or he's out. And Zest is going to be our first player in the Final 4 of Super Tournament. I got to say, man, Zest is looking like he's playing better than ever. Let's see what happens here as we go to the map, Glittering Ashes.
Game start.
Start game? No. Game start.
Dragon Phoenix Gaming. Zest.
Get your ashes ready.
Get your ashes ready. Get your gamer urns ready.
TNV. Bunny.
Have you seen that new Korean Netflix show, Hellbound?
Oh, I don't even know about it. I'm guilty of really not watching any Korean shows. Like, people always ask me what my favorite K-dramas are.
There's some good ones.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's some good ones. Yeah. Hellbound's okay.
Tell me about it. Yeah, I mean, clearly you had something you wanted to say, though.
Well, I was just going to say that Zest is all 3 of those things that, like, come to send people to hell. There's, like, 3, like, monstery looking things that appear to send people to hell, and they just beat the shit out of someone and kill them. And then And that's like basically, that's the premise. It's in the first episode in the first couple minutes, so I'm not spoilering. But Zest is all 3 of those right now. Like, just popping in and hitting Bunny all over the place. She's like, oh no, this is terrible.
I mean, these have been very brutal early games, to be totally honest. You know, it's a little bit too bad. I mean, we'll see what happens in Game 3, and maybe we have a 4 and 5 as well. But, like, you can really see that, like, Bunny can't even quite get started up.
No. Things are
like,
going haywire.
StarCraft is a little bit, no matter how much you want to talk about, you know, fighting and macro, it is a little bit about getting those first few building blocks set up so you can kind of get to where you want to go.
No, and these sorts of leads that you can pick up in the early game are so powerful.
Yeah.
Which is also why it's risky to try to get those leads, because if you screw that up, then your opponent has the edge.
And it's also, to be honest, more rare because people do tend to play somewhat more conservatively. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
In you know, especially with StarCraft 2, a lot of it being so kind of streamlined and automated, the early parts of the game, it's hard to actually get that edge. It's usually better to dial it back and try to play more of a macro game. So, I mean, let's see, man. A Zealot inbound now, another Stargate here. A lot of the same ideas from Game 1 here in Game 3, although the positions are a bit different. We don't have a Stalker putting pressure on here to the Terran. We don't have the Terran holding a natural expansion, which is much harder to defend. Instead, we have Terran tucked up onto the high ground, and it's going to be an all-or-nothing thing. I think if Terran can basically survive this, they're going to be in pretty good shape. This is a bigger challenge for a Protoss to break through than you know, bunker or even barracks on low ground. Anything else there, they kind of cause interference.
Yeah, just the fact that he's already getting that tech lab, right? He has a bunker at his natural, so it's not like you're going to be losing a depot right off the bat.
The bunker is part of the wall-in, so the Zealot can do damage with that, which all these things become factors.
Look, he's throwing a gateway down there, too, so there's going to be extra warp-ins. Zest definitely going very heavily all in.
Oh, is he going to... Oh, he's going to another bunker back here. Now, he can hit the depot. I think there's a sweet spot, where the Stalker and the Void Ray can stand. And you know, even if the Marines get close, the Stalker and the Void Ray are actually still a threat. And so this is kind of scary, especially with the battery finishing. He does not have enough SCVs if he chooses to target this, which he doesn't. A pretty good trade-off on both sides. But, you know, when the SCVs come back, 3... Oh, okay, but now 2 is not enough. I was going to say 3 might be enough to hold this.
Little mistake there from Zest. He didn't quite pull that Stalker back far enough to break the lock, so he actually uses up a lot more shield battery energy than he needed to.
That's right.
Magfield is almost halfway done.
Oh, he gets the probe. He gets the probe. That's pretty big.
Yeah, that's a good kill.
Oh, but immediately he just flicks right onto the bunker and actually knows the moment the bunker can't be saved and even goes straight onto the Viking. Oh, my God. I think we may be having a 3-0 over here. The Cyclone doesn't really have anywhere to go. It ends up getting pinned inside of the plateau that the Terran starts on. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. He's going to get it. He takes that out.
Bunny. All right.
Okay, we've got ourselves a
Look at this Stalker.
The thing is, there's still 2 Void Rays out. There's still nowhere to really run with the Cyclone. And, oh, okay, I actually thought he was targeting the Stargate.
Oh, my God.
You're kidding me. You're kidding me.
I can't believe that lived.
I thought he was shooting the starport for a second. I got confused. The Viking was right on top. Thing is, Terran can still die. I mean, the rush isn't done, but again, the whole point is that you're supposed to keep each Void Ray alive. By the time you have about 4 or even 3, it could be too much to handle here. There is still a bunker interfering here and now dealing damage on top of this Void Ray. Zest is kind of falling apart here, man.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy. Bunny has definitely held at this point. He is looking better and better. And GG.
Bunny he breaks the curse.
Yeah. Thank God for that.
I'll tell you, man, like a minute and a half ago, I thought Zest was going to win this 100%. You got to be careful with those Void Rays. It's hard. You're hitting so many doing so many things at once as far as targeting goes. Just didn't quite have enough.
When you dive in, you have to get the kills.
Yeah.
Because as soon as you lose a Void Ray, it's such a big percentage of your damage gone. It's so much about maintaining those Void Rays, but at the same time, you can't let your opponent get a bunch of Cyclones out because with Magfield, they lock on and the shield batteries can't save you, right?
You know, the strategies from Zest have been better than his control, which is kind of the opposite of what we usually would be saying about Zest, but
yeah, that was not perfect execution again.
A lot of times in those rushes, if you just get the Void Ray to overextend one time, that's it. That one time they overextend, when they turn around, it's like, yeah, you're already going to lose enough hull damage if you don't lose it already. that this is a pretty easy thing to manage. We're going to go to 2,000 atmospheres for Game 4 as Bunny begins his comeback.
Game start. Dragon Phoenix Gaming, Zest. Team NV, Bunny.
So such an important hold there. I feel like there's hope in the series now. And yeah, I think you're right. The strategies for Zest look a lot better than the control tonight. Well, I think if you take the position he was in before he came up the ramp and you make Zest stand up and you put Parting in the seat, I think Bunny probably dies.
I agree. I thought especially when we saw that depot in the corner start to just take the damage, I'm like, okay, he's got the setup. You know what I mean? He could start to bait the SCVs. He could try to flick on to the depot, then flick off, get an SCV, and kind of start to get that damage accumulation that, you know, if the Terran doesn't really deal with it correctly, things just spiral out of control. But I think
the micro wasn't that bad for Zest too, by the way. But
it wasn't bad.
Part of it was the decision making of when and where to dive.
Well, he also had these moments where he like ran the Void Ray literally just over the bunker.
Yes.
Like we didn't really talk about it that much, but there was these kind of you know, things are happening extremely quickly in moments like that. And yeah, I think you're completely correct when you say that like if we pause the game and had Parting sit down right before that happens, that somehow Parting moves on to the round of 4.
Yeah, Parting's in the round of 4.
Yeah,
there you go. Yeah. There's nothing weird about that.
And then he competes and wins, and he gets in trouble with his military service working with you.
Listen, we want the esports to be real sports. Don't they do like pinch hitting and stuff in baseball?
I don't know what pinch hitting is. What is that?
It's when you have someone else come in and hit.
Did they do that?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
It's called pinch hitting. But yeah. Have Parting come in and pinch hit
Pinch
for
cheesing? Has someone come in and finish the cheese trap?
Yeah. I'm like, all right, Zest really needs a win here with cannons. Parting, get in here.
Yeah. No one controls buildings as well as you do.
He has DT tech, but he looks screwed. SOS, I know you're tired. Come sit down. All right, so we have the Citadel, or the Twilight. Oh no!
No, Artosis, how could you?
We have the Twilight coming down.
This is what you get when you cast both the games.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's going to be blank. I'd be pretty surprised if it's anything else. Zoun isn't playing till later tonight, so it's a Glaives joke. Never mind.
That one doesn't get my laughter. That gets my slow clap. Where I'm like, oh well played.
Not even. You just you looked at me like you were a fish. I was like, does Tasteless even have a brain? I don't know what's going on here. He's definitely not sentient. That's for sure.
Oh, gets two Marines here.
3 Marines.
It goes right into the DT tag.
Oh, okay. That's not what I was thinking.
Yeah.
Well, this is kind of funny, right? Because Zest did one, like, kind of mega greedy build in the middle here, and other than that, he's like, yeah, let's just do some real cheesy stuff right now.
Yeah, this is actually, like, definitely not a new age strat, right? To have a proxy DT rush right outside your base with a gateway. You're like, so what exactly is happening here?
This is as old as time. A proxy DT rush. This is like before humans. This was already there.
When there was only
Adam and Eve saw a dark shrine behind the tree.
They thought the snake was?
Yeah. And the DT tried to convince them, and you're like, wait, what's talking to me? I don't see anything. It's like, oh, I'm the snake, yeah.
Cheesing is the fruit of knowledge. So the... Oh, is he going to not commit? The Sockers, I don't know if they saw that medevac. They do. But here come the 2 DTs. Now, I don't know what the scan availability is at home, but...
He actually has a Raven on the way, so...
Yeah. It's still a little ways out, though. So he gets to see, I believe that's both, because I don't see where the other one went.
Oh, God.
Yep, he got both. All right, we're going to be going to 2-2 at this rate, man.
Yeah. No, this looks absolutely terrible for
So
Zest.
This is
He's actually up by quite a few workers, though.
But this is actually one of the reasons why we don't see this specific strategy used that often. part of this strategy, and some people could say this is true for a lot of stuff, but I think it's even more so true with this, is kind of you really banking on your opponent making a mistake, like not sensing there could be a DT threat or not respecting this enough to have scans banked. And honestly, Bunny's just played a really clean game from here on out. It really has been Bunny, by the way, on the defense in this entire series. Like, we haven't really gotten to a game where we get to really see what Bunny wanted to do. It's all a matter of, can you survive what Zest has in store for you?
Yeah, and I mean, he's coming back with that, with a vengeance. So Bunny definitely has like a way better army right now. The Blink upgrade is a good upgrade. I don't think anyone's going to argue with me on that point. But is that going to be enough against the push out that we're going to be seeing here from Bunny as Stim finishes up? Like, the build from Bunny looks like it's going to be one of these, like, okay, let's take a command center and add 2 racks while pushing. And just that kind of pressureful push that we see from this, it looks like it's going to be really scary.
Okay, so yeah, with siege mode up, and by the way, this tank in a spot where, like, you're either going to have to blink onto the tank or not engage this. And I think if he blinks on, he would end up getting baited right into all these Marines and Marauders.
What about just dealing some damage to the bunker?
Yeah, and then blinking back and then doing that again. What about that?
But the second time, you blink in some of the stalkers on the bunker and then walk away.
This is so weird because, in all seriousness, Zest's control has been a little bit off.
Yeah.
Like, his ideas are pretty cool. I even appreciate him kind of bringing out a weird build like this that, you know, isn't exactly a new idea, but, like, why not just kind of throw this in as a wild card for the Terran, since things are mostly going well so far. But, again, his control has not been on top, and I guess you could. It's fair to say that we don't really think of, when we think about Zest controlling stuff, we're not really talking about his Blink Stalker micro or his Void Ray control. It really was a lot more about adepts or doing kind of crazy stuff with charge lots. But
maybe he's cold tasteless. Maybe he's like wearing gloves or something right now. I can't see his hands, so I can't say for sure.
Maybe he's playing with oven mittens on.
Yeah, I mean, he could have a baseball mitt on his mouse hand right now, and that's like explaining
he's
it.
microing, but he's got to pull, you know, a bunch of brownies out of the oven. Doesn't want to burn his hand.
Yeah, that could be it. Look at that. Bunny wants him to try a prism right now.
Okay, this is actually where things could spiral out for Zest. I mean, he's got these Blink Stalkers. The DTs, I'm not sure what I'm seeing here. Okay, they're going to go for the command center. I don't know what is actually there to defend at home, but I just want to point out that Terran has like a mobile force that is completely self-sufficient. Yeah. He can heal up, he's got stim, he's got tanks in case he can't engage, he can siege up and shell. Like, Protoss, I think, is just going to get
He's going to GG
smashed
in a second here, because this is about to explode, and he's going to lose his third, and his DTs aren't doing anything.
And then we just put the camera on Zest, and his head blows up. It's like everything just happens at once.
Yeah. Wow. Well, now that was extremely, extremely one-sided. But this is something that happens with DT builds.
Yeah.
If they do nothing, then they look like really weak because you just don't have muscle in your army. Normally you end up making immortals to try to fix that. And he comes in with the DTs and like maybe he just barely breaks that, but he is dead.
I don't think we're out of the woods yet with this fight. That's a lot of
we're
stalkers.
in the woods, Taste.
We're like
6
so in the
feet under a tree right now. Zest's dead body is feeding the future of oxygen.
We're in the woods right now, and it's the Blair Witch movie, okay? That's what's going on.
Yeah. Look at that Archon.
All right.
Tanking the hit. All right. You watch Zest like come back and win.
I know.
Like, okay, we do need a patch. I'm sorry. This should not be.
Actually, I'm surprised Zest survived that. I was in agreement with you. I thought probably this attack comes in and he can just kind of smash him down. And maybe now this is the moment where Bunny really is in hot water because there's really not that many units. They're all pretty low on HP.
Yeah.
Even the medevacs are low on the energy to heal the infantry. So I think he quietly needs to get out of here, regroup, and take a third base. I think we need to see Bunny go into a different direction.
I'd like to see him try to continue to put on pressure, but I know what you mean. Like, if he ends up losing that army, it's going to be really bad. Drop some mines out.
I don't think Zest knows about this. Look.
There you go. And those
Now
were
he
as
knows.
clumped as they could have been, too.
Yeah. They were literally like doing one of those Cirque du Soleil things where they're all stacked on top of each other, making a special shape. There's 10 guys standing on each other's shoulders. And so ghosts are coming, but it's 2 base ghosts. No indication of a... Oh, I'm sorry. There is an indication of a third base. It's going to be right landing just to the bottom right of the screenshot. Okay,
a
so
lot
that's
of
good.
mines out here right now. And he is getting into Colossi now. So that's going to very much help against this comp. All right, he gets that Revenge SCV. Now time to get out.
Terran's going to come out again. Terran does have a pretty impressive supply. With the Colossi coming here, I don't know if we're going to have Disruptors later too, but Colossi alone are quite good, especially against the Marines.
Yeah, I think he will eventually, but right now against what he's playing, I like the idea of getting Colossi. It's going to stabilize you a little bit against Ghosts and Mines, and then you can get into Disruptors and just have a field day. And, I mean, once he actually gets his Colossi count out, like 3 Colossi probably, could be just 2, but I would say 3 and then into just 2 Robo Disruptor. Like, by the time he gets about 4 out, he's going to be kind of invincible, right? Like, that's where it gets really hard to kill Protoss.
Well, it's hard to come in and trade without you just getting parts of your army shaved off. I like this. Take out the Cybernetics Core.
Doesn't it look
This is a
funny
funny
the way
fight.
that the lasers turn in the air? It's like, do we have, like, little tiny mirrors that they put out there to bounce those lasers down? Like, how does that work? They, like, go out over the edge and then go downward suddenly?
They have the trajectory of, like, a slingshot or a catapult.
Yeah, it's very strange looking. I don't like that.
He's going to take out the Observer and lose a lot of his army. And, you know, even though it was a bit of a clunky start here, I'm worried that if Bunny doesn't do a lot of damage right away, Zest can still win this. Now, here we go. Big attack down here. Gets the Burrowed Widow Mines down, although they don't do the damage that I think they needed to do. Now, what Bunny is doing very well is that he's basically splitting the attention here and forcing Zest to run, put out a fire in one place, then run back and put out a fire somewhere else. But if Terran doesn't do enough damage and trade well in that process, Terran just ran around bleeding off units here and there.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I don't know that we've seen Terran come out ahead in the way that they need to.
And, like, Bunny is making another command center, which I think is really important, but I want him to look at this game and realize that he's not going to get a kill anymore, because this is something that we see from a lot of very strong Terrans, where they never get into a comp that can actually fight the Protoss army. Because as we get into a second source of splash, and then maybe eventually a third if Zest is really mean, then, like, the Bioforce can't ever fully engage it.
Yeah, it does seem like the burden for the Terran is to basically stop the Protoss before they finish out all these, techs. But again, we've seen some kind of sloppy control here from Zest, so, I mean, it's possible he gets that comp up and then he isn't able to kind of manage it.
It's possible. But I think you do need, like, a different...
Wow, that's a
He's
lot
like,
of damage.
Yeah, that mine, right? He, like, walks the Colossi into mines.
The giant stalkers, those golden ones, they're pretty good, man. The long-legged stalkers.
Have you ever called those stalkers before? I don't think
They're
so.
giant stalkers. You see them right there? Not
What
the
about
blue.
the little short stocky stalkers? Those things look like they live for a long time.
Yeah, the ones that work out.
Okay,
the gym rat stalkers, the immortals.
I'm a little bit confused why Zest just continued to attack with this army. Like, he walked the Colossi over mines, and then he, like, just kind of kept going, and his army's getting whittled down and kept going, and he kept going. This is a strange day of Zest, where he's bringing some brilliant strategies, and then some of his decision-making within, and some of his micro within is kind of like suspect, you know? It's like, what are we doing here? Like, we have 2 different sources of splash and double robo going. You just took a 4th base.
Well,
let's chase the bio across the map.
And Bunny actually wins.
Yeah.
I can't believe that.
Well, he was supposed to win with that first push, honestly.
Yeah.
And Zest held with, like, he warped in 3 DTs, and they each got 2 swipes off, and then, like, he turned them into an Archon that ate the mine shots, and it was like he barely holds and then almost comes back, but he really threw at the end there. And not that he was just going to free win it, but he had enough splash that if you just stay near your base, you can't die.
Yeah, what's weird is I don't know in the end part of that game why Zest is pursuing that. It's like, no, you just kill off when they come at you. You just you swat it away, and you keep powering up. And look, I think Zest is coming here with a wide range of strategies that were pretty cool, but they are starting to fall apart. ByuN is really finding some balance here, and now he's more than halfway there. He's won the last 2 games. He wins one more. He moves on. Zest, who looked unstoppable, is in hot water. Let's settle this on Blackburn with Zest versus ByuN to see who's going to be the first player to move on to the round of 4 in the GSL SuperTournament.
Game start. Dragon Phoenix Gaming, Zest. Team NV, Bunny.
Utah Kartosis. Pressure's on.
For who?
First
for ByuN, for Zest, for me, for you? Who's the pressure
For
on?
everybody.
Everybody involved. No, that was...
Again, I think we've got a very different Zest than I think what both you and I are used to casting, what our viewers are used to watching. Normally, Zest's strength really is in the timing attack and the control. And, you know, here he has kind of slipped up with just the only thing that he had to do right to close it out. Because strategically, the timings were perfect. You know, everything was set up, but he didn't control it right. But also to see him not control right in a macro moment where I think that really is, you know, all you have to do is basically hold off those attacks.
The chase just didn't make any sense.
Or there's a point where there's diminishing returns where you go, okay, I'm far out enough. Let me come back here and just warp in tier 1 Protoss units like Zealots and Stalkers and fill in the sponge component of my army so that the damage dealers won't die.
Yeah, it's I don't know. But hopefully we see a bit better decision making here.
No proxy Void Ray here. This game so far looking to be, you know, just a standard expand game. Yeah, it's funny to see Zest kind of having an off day with control.
Yeah, and again, it's not just the micro. It's like it's the choices being made as well, because that's actually a big part of micro that people don't realize. Like you can get like very good control and like know how to dodge a baneling or split marines and stuff, but a lot of times you have to actually make the right decision of when to do certain things.
Yeah,
and that's actually like in many ways even more important than the fast clicky.
I think there's a misconception in StarCraft in general, and I think this really started a long time ago when people started talking about APM, where everybody just talks about their APM or how you need to be, you got to be fast, and it's like, well, yeah, I mean, you do have to be fast, okay? That's correct. You cannot be a slow person and have any success in this game, but really it's about knowing how to prioritize what you give your attention to, and that is what your APM is. So when you see somebody with, like, you know, they both have 300 APM, that literally doesn't tell you that they're even or that they're able to do the same amount of stuff, because there's wasted APM. You know, you'll see moments where people micro way too much when they should be macroing, when they don't know how to micro, even though they click a lot, they don't know how to control stuff. So there's a lot to that. But yeah, you're right. It's not just about clicking really fast, which I think even to this day when people talk about StarCraft, they don't really... If that's what you think it is, then you don't really get it. Like, you have to know how to point your attention into certain places. You have to know how to, like, look at this and say, okay, this is more important than this. I actually need to, like, set up a certain number of tasks here and hope this can sort itself. Like a drop you put somewhere, have them attack here, or shift-click these units or buildings, and then go to the next thing. And that's how you end up with, you know, these players that look completely flawless. Is they're able to almost make it look like they're everywhere, where in fact they're just like anybody else, only at one place at a given moment in time in the game.
Well, yeah, the people who switch really quickly, and I think that it's actually kind of a funny thing because we have observers that are watching as well, and the observers kind of following where the action's happening. So they'll actually jump at the same time as a lot of the pros that make it really look like they're everywhere, you know what I mean? Where it's like, oh, we see Maru microing here, then we jump over there. He's microing here too. How's he doing it? So,
oh my god.
Yeah. Good block there from Zest. That That could have been terrible.
Okay, nicely done. I thought that was going to go a lot worse there for Zest, but he has chased that medevac away. It's very low on HP. I think it's unlikely that he's going to keep this over here.
Look at this, a completely different style coming out of Zest. He's getting a very quick Templar Archives. So this might be like one of those trap-esque games where he gets Storm very quickly and just walks across the map with Storm. Because a lot of players don't get Ghost Academy very quickly. Yeah,
it's a funny thing where, like, you can get out ahead of it and try to, stop it, but if you're not actually prepped and you just have these sort of clumpy death balls, ready to stim and fight, the Storm will just obliterate it. It's also possible he wants to play a pretty, dialed back game of just getting into Storm and kind of waiting. We've seen, as Terrence struggled to kind of master this matchup, it does seem to be one of the issues, and this comes up in certain matchups and certain RTSs at given points in time, is like it's probably better for you to try to end the game on your side of things than to try to match them full out. Does that make sense?
No, what do you mean?
Terran trying to just, like, for instance, kill the Protoss off before they get too many types of splash. Because and some matchups and some RTS games do kind of, at least in the theory will be at that point in time, this is probably how to do it, is you need to try to end the game with a timing. Don't try to outlast them, because ultimately they're going to have superior tools at their disposal.
Now, here comes the push, but we have 6 gates warping in, so it's going to be like 8-gate charge, 1 Immortal, I believe, Blink Stalkers, and very soon Storm. So I believe he has a couple of High Templars already out, which means he should have like 2 Storms. Yeah, 3 High Templars, in fact. So this is like he's going to hold this.
He sees it. He sees them.
I think we're going to see him in pretty good shape after this.
Well, that Storm bruises just a couple of these infantry units.
We have the overcharge absolutely perfect here.
And with the War Prism, he can basically pick them up. He doesn't have to worry about snipes anymore. Terran needs to leave. He needs to pick up that tank and leave, man.
Whoa. And he actually is backing up. Oh, he wants to go for a drop. I'm not so sure.
Oh. I think
you were right about the leave, and I thought he was leaving. I was like, damn, he really knows.
Well, he is now. I think the decision to try to, like, is he really going to do this? The thing is, the War Prism and the Zealots, I mean, he could just, like, nuke this. And, these medevacs might be at risk of just getting stuck kind of behind Zest's starting position here.
Well, he's counting on this doing something, but I don't believe that it will, because we have 8 gateways, so there's going to be, like, 8 more Zealots here in a second.
Okay, this just got completely destroyed here. It seems like Bunny was trying to do some kind of a, I don't know, just trying to be everywhere at once, for lack of better words. You know what I mean? Trying to like I'm going to hit you here and here and here, and then what? And then instead, Zest just individually won each of those fights. There's no third base for Terran, so economically he's in dire straits, and now we're seeing Terran basically seal himself off and try to wait this out. But there's nothing in the game that says that Protoss has to then go attack into that. He might anyways, but you could take a 4th base and a 5th if you're Protoss, and play the waiting game.
Would love to see Zest throw down another base right now. He's deflected everything very, very well. He has a lot of tools at his disposal. We see a forge coming up now. I think some heavier robo production would be called for. If he goes into Colossi from here, I think that's the absolute best play. And there you go, support bay coming down. But yeah, it's like if you go High Templars, they literally have to go EMP, because there's no way you can battle without EMP. And then you just go into Colossi, and it's like, wow, you completed your splash, you're in good shape.
Okay. We have another little Widow Mine drop coming in here, and again, these aren't really doing anything. It's not like it's a big deal that the Widow Mines are killed off without killing anything, but again, big picture here is that Terran's not really making a scratch, and Protoss is getting massive here. And with the Storm drops coming in, EMPs on that, but even then, getting those 3 SCVs, the 4th base is being taken as well at the gold. I think we're going to see a couple more warp-ins here, and then probably Zest attack out. Maybe Bunny does a drop into the main to try to, force him to recall back, but still, it's going to be a tough game here for Bunny.
Yeah, Colossi being produced now. Enhanced Shockwaves is done. So, you know, Bunny, he's similar in army supply, just a little bit down right now. And there's no Colossi. There's only 3 High Templars. Maybe he can actually move out and try to poke, see if he can get something done. A little bit of a Zealot attack coming up. Kind of funny watching them just get clumped at that turret.
Yeah, looks like the bunker may end up burning down there. It does manage to kill off some of those Marines. Kind of a weird recall on I mean, of all the things you recall in the game, do you really want to recall the 4 Zealots?
I guess if you have the energy and you're not really planning, you know, any recall-based moves,
I suppose.
I think recall is underutilized.
It's such a finite, you know, well, I guess you're right. If you can, it's like, well, it is still 4 Zealots. That's something,
yeah,
you know.
I mean, even recalling a probe is like, well, you know,
yeah.
it's better than chrono boosting a probe.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
If it gets home, at least. All right, the gold base going to be under attack.
And you know, this is a problem here for Protoss. You know, taking this base specifically, this is an easy place for Terran to hit. I don't see any effort in trying to reclaim this either. It seems like Zest is going to sack this. And man, this has been a weird best of 5 because it does seem like we're just kind of watching Zest fray at the seams.
Yeah, a little bit.
And I mean, he could still win this, but it's just like this series is started out with Zest looking untouchable, and now it's been a bit of a tightrope walk. Now coming in here, he should have some amazing Psy Storms here on top of these infantry.
Very good EMPs, but there's a lot of Protoss here, just Protoss everything.
Yeah,
so
he just has such an overwhelming amount of pretty much every unit that's going to be good at this stage of the game. And we now have a kind of a Terran army that's like far, far out from being able to defend this. So the third's going to go down, the natural may go down, the Warp Prism is still in this mix. So reinforcements aren't going to be an issue. Even juggling Colossi or Immortals won't be an issue, depending on how he wants to devote his APM into the next fight. And I think we're about to see a GG here. Zest has managed to recover at the last possible second and come out on top. I just don't see any way that Bunny could win this fight.
Yeah, he is trying. He's spreading it out, coming in from as big an angle as he possibly can, but it just looks like there's way too much, as you said. GG, and Bunny does get eliminated. Zest's going to move on to another round of 4. And I don't feel like Bunny played like too poorly. Maybe he was trying to do a little bit too much that game. Zest was up and down.
Yeah,
I'm uncertain how he's going to end up doing.
He was hot and cold there, man.
Yeah, he was.
Like, I do think that ideal-wise, Zest was very good. There were some kind of weird execution moments. Bunny really met his match there, but, you know, also, you know, rough series for Bunny. It's just a lot of him immediately dealing with a catastrophe or inbound catastrophe here if he doesn't. It was like every game back there was like one of the Saw movies. As, you know, he's got to figure out how much does he want to live in Super Tournament. Just Zest on a little bicycle with a jigsaw puppet just going around him in circles. Guys, short break. Up next, Maru vs. Hero.
It's the life that I choose. All you that want, say yes I am. 100 miles up, say yes I can. Is it all love? Say yes I am. Yes I am. Yes I am. All you that want, say yes I am. 100 miles up, say yes I can. Is it all love? Say yes I am. Yes I am. Yes I am. It's my life, so I tell me I'm alright, and it helps me realize that I'm a I heard a rumor you would be here, but it's hard to tell if it's you. I wanna hide. Is this a dream or just a nightmare? Or are you scared too? It's being unemployed, being honest. Can we be shadows in the dark tonight? Just glowing, glowing and soaking up the starlight. I wanna know you, but not know who you are. Can you tell who we were in the beginning when we turned to pink from blue? we be shadows in the dark tonight? Just glowing, glowing, and soaking up the starlight. I wanna know you. Can we be shadows in the dark tonight? Just glowing, glowing, and soaking up the starlight. 'Cause I wanna know you, but not know who you Can we be shadows in the dark tonight? Just glowing, glowing, and soaking up the starlight. I wanna know you. Can we be shadows in the dark tonight? Glowing, glowing, and soaking up the starlight. Oh, 'cause I wanna know you. I wanna know you. I'll be coming up hot for a minute. Everybody let it drop when I'm in it. Everybody let it drop when I'm in it. I'll be coming up hot for a minute.
어려워도 이렇게 멈추면 내가 아니지. 오늘이 모여 새로운 날을 만든다. 나의 레벨은 다르다. 어나더 레벨 핫식스.
오, 커뮤니티. 내 이름도 검색해볼까? 광민선 꽃받침? 광민선 각선미? 인기글은 내가 찾을 거야. 나이스! 감사합니다. e스포츠의 커뮤니티는 여기!
힘들어도
어려워도 이렇게 멈추면 내가 아니지.
오늘이 뭐야?
새로운 날을 만든다. 나의 레벨은 다르다. 어나더 레벨 핫식스.
I'll be coming up hot for a minute. Everybody let it drop when I'm in it. Everybody let it drop when I'm in it. for a minute.
어려워도 이렇게 멈추면 내가 아니지. 오늘이 모여 새로운 날을 만든다. 나의 레벨은 다르다. 어나더 레벨 핫식스.
힘들어도
어려워도 이렇게 멈추면 내가 아니지.
오늘이 뭐야?
새로운 날을 만든다. 나의 레벨은 다르다. 어나더 레벨 핫식스.
2022 GSL SuperTournament Season 1 with Hot Zest.
Welcome back, everybody. It's time to go to the next best of 5 for the night. Zest did come out ahead against Bunny there. It was a closer series. How do I say this? The last 3 games looked a lot closer than those first 2.
Yeah,
like
that's for sure.
Bunny almost pulled it back together and came back. But Zest ultimately did come out on top. Seems to have a better handle on the matchup overall. Now, this next game, or I should say series we've got coming up, Maru versus Hero. The Hero's been gone for, a little while now, and it's always hard to put your finger on exactly where somebody who's coming back is going to be at. But Hero played phenomenally, in the round of 16.
He did, yeah.
The thing is, Maru is, if we had a Mount Rushmore of StarCraft 2, he would be one of the faces on there.
He'd be 3 of the faces.
That's right. Mount Rushmore would just be 4 Maru faces there.
Yeah. He's pretty important
Yeah.
in the history of Terran.
So, it's I almost wish we could have seen Hero go up against a couple other people somewhere in between, where Maru's at and maybe where we think Hero's going to be to kind of get a better test of where exactly Hero is. But if Hero can overcome Maru here, I think he can basically beat anybody.
Yeah, well, I think there is some potential, but Maru can play slightly safer games than his normal, and I think that's a good call because the odds of Hero being able to beat Maru in a longer macro game without being ahead already, that seems to me to be very small of a chance.
Yeah. I mean, also, Maru, again, he just is always pretty much on top of whatever the way that Terran is supposed to be played and understood. He's basically there. He's very good at labbing.
He's
out.
literally the guy inventing it, to be honest.
Yeah,
Like,
he's
TY's in the military. He is the first and last word of Terran.
Yeah. He's the middle name, too. First name, last name, and middle name.
Yeah.
It goes Maru, Maru, Maru.
He's also all the numbers at the end if you're like an Esquire or something. He's the doctor in the front or the Mr. or Mrs. or whatever.
That's right. So let's get this going. I'm excited to see what Hero's going to do. We're going to start this out on Pride of Alteris. And, good luck to Hero. I think the best results are we have a close match or Hero wins. If Maru comes out here 3-0, 3-1, it's just the status quo as normal, isn't it?
Yeah, I guess that would be.
We're going to start this game up. And let's see where Hero's at as he faces his next big challenge after returning, going up against Maru in a best of 5.
Team NV, Maru.
All right. Yeah,
That's so funny.
This isn't a bad idea, honestly, if he goes for like proxy racks or something. Like even Maru keeping like lots of pressure on is not a bad idea, I think.
It's funny because like if parting for like aggro Protoss players, if parting is your Ryu, then Hero used to be your Ken.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? They both had like these super aggro builds, but we've seen Maru tinker with stuff like this before where he'll immediately, as the game or series even starts out, just assert himself as a player that will be proxying and will be doing aggressive stuff.
Well, we'll see what Hero has planned. He's getting 2 gases, so he's obviously cheesing here, which should be a surprise to absolutely no one. Like, he always has been kind of an aggressive player, and especially right now, he should be.
Yeah, and there's been whole eras where Maru has been just known as like this proxy raxing Terran, and in every type of proxy racks, 1 or 2 or 3, you name it, he was doing it, and then he dialed it back into some pretty conservative play and a lot more push-oriented timing plays. So, now Hero, I mean, this is sort of what we would expect a hero opening to look like. And that's why this game's already very interesting, is that you see the proxied pylon over here not far from the Terran's main, but immediately we have the proxy Raxes, and this can make for some extremely irregular games where like neither side is really doing what they practiced. You see a lot of who's more intuitive in the game overall come out on top.
And that might be an area where Hero can fight against Maru
It's
toe-to-toe.
possible, man.
Yeah. Well, that proxy Stargate definitely looks like a Void Ray rush. He's going to have a Stalker pop out, so that's a very good thing for him. He's going to have that on the defense.
Now he's got a Reaper out on the map. There's a factory being produced as well. The factory inside the main, not on the map. But, you know, first of all, the Reaper doesn't even really get to scout the main. I mean, when you see a Stalker, a lot of times you go, okay, what are you hiding anyways? But you don't have any confirmation of that. And so, I don't know, maybe this actually works out very nicely here for Hero. I mean, keep in mind the fact that Marines are having to walk across the map in a rush that a lot of times is made to just, you know, stop the Marines when they're at the barracks right there. This makes it even harder. Now, he does kill that probe. 2 batteries have started, but
that's annoying. That is annoying.
Yeah.
He has to get another one out there, and I mean the Reaper could be patrolling for that. That's the type of move Maru might pull
that's
off.
a good point. I almost forgot about the Reaper. Yeah, the Reaper could be a good interceptor for that. And honestly, if he intercepts the probes, I think the rush just fizzles out, and Maru's in a very good shape to win the game.
Yeah, probably. But it is one of these wall-ins where his tech lab is right in the wall, Tasteless. That's,
yeah.
I mean, if you stop
Left side of the
Magfield,
map.
that's pretty sick.
Okay, so he starts to target on that. Now, keep in mind, you can't really have that many SCVs repairing here, which is another funny little feature of having this type of wall-in. It's literally 2 max SCVs repairing.
He could put down the depot and just, you're not going to run up with a Stalker. Like, you can put that down and get
You're
more
right, he
surface
could
area.
drop the depot and have more come around there. The thing is, Hero's very, very perfect at doing attacks like these, so let's see what happens.
Yeah, see, he's going to drop back, get a third on. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Get that back there. Hero, do you want to win this game? You better pop that tech lab.
Yeah. Oh, looks like he decides to, for a second, kind of flick it on over there. He's got the Phoenix here to hiccup the Cyclones.
Yeah, definitely. I think that's actually a pretty good choice. Unfortunately, his on buttons for the Void Rays have not lined up, so he hasn't had that overwhelming burst of damage. So this is going to finish.
And without the spike in damage, you know, I think that... And also keep in mind the batteries are going to deplete here soon. I don't see another probe in this mix. So he can target down these Cyclones. He's going to get the depot.
Yeah, that was a good pickoff.
That doesn't put Terran in the red quite yet.
Don't forget, by the way, we actually have a command center that just finished in the main base for Maru, and Hero just finished his own Nexus. So they're both expanding. They both realized that this was not going to work quite some time ago. And it's just kind of some jockeying for position right now.
Take a look at this. He does dive in here. He's going to pick off these 2 Cyclones.
Oh, did I say it wasn't going to work? I meant Hero was going to kill Maru while expanding and only making 2 voids.
Yeah, he's taking out the tech lab here now. Do we have anything else being made out of the Stargate?
Well, I don't know, because we don't have the production tab on.
Yeah, I keep hoping that we're going to have that come on here, because another Void Ray would be huge right now.
So Tasteless,
the tank is a complete lemon right now. I mean, this is the most potato unit ever in this rush. It just has to sit there.
Yeah, it's watching that little bot right there.
And now he once again can just target down the Cyclone. What's really interesting to see how different, you know, Hero's rush of this was. That I think Maru did a better job starting to hold off than Zest was.
Yeah, absolutely. And like Hero is a better micro player. He's actually one of the best micro players ever, in my opinion.
I agree.
I think that him and Parting take the dual trophy for best micro ever on this race.
Now the thing about the Viking is that it's got actually better range. It's not a nimble unit, but it is fat. It is able to snipe at a distance, so that kind of puts a little bit of pressure for all these other units for Protoss to have to back up. But it does seem like Hero was very comfortable pumping the brakes on the attack overall. He did not overmake Stargate units. He's upgrading back at home. We got the Ro.8 coming. We have Blink here as well. So he's in okay shape.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, the SCV or the probe lead is not as big as actually I thought it might end up being. Well, now he flies in and kills a few more, but look, it's like a 9-worker lead, which does hurt for Maru, but he's going to drop his mules down. He's getting his stim. Third Nexus coming up here for Hero.
Man, you know, Hero never lost it. Here he is taking the gold base. I think this is a really smart move. You know, having the threat of the Stargate units that can come in there and attack you at any moment is going to keep you back.
Yeah. Hero never lost. You mean like his skill when he went to the military?
Yeah, I mean, just saying, like, he's always thinking on his feet.
Yeah.
You know.
Well, when he got out of the military, he was like, "Where is it?" He just hit F2 and he had it suddenly again.
No, he's playing like a really, you know, it's that Hero mixture of like really brainy play, but then like you know, with the aggression at the start to kind of there's always the threat of that. A lot of players that are known to be super aggressive or cheesy, it's, you know, sometimes people say, well, that's because they don't know how to play a normal game. But then you look at Hero and you're like, oh, he really has a very good range of
oh yeah, absolutely,
how to play.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he's aggressive and kind of wild with his style, but people forget that he actually, for a long time, was considered like one of the best, if not the best, macro Protosses in all the matchups. And you don't really think about that, but actually. During Heart of the Swarm, when Swarm hosts started to become really ridiculous, he was the only Protoss that could stand toe-to-toe in macro games against the Swarm host plays. So, I mean, he really does have that full range. It's just people like Stats come along where you're like, wow, he defends everything. And then you're like, well, that means that Hero's cheesy. And it's like, well, he is aggressive. He is a little bit crazy, but he's a full player as well.
But now Maru's moving out on the map. You might have seen this. I wasn't looking for Artosis. Did he actually ever see the gold base? Did Maru see that?
I don't think so.
Because there's a chance that he does not actually see it if he kind of pushes through the upper right. By the way, Hero with some Zealots warped in here into the main.
Slow Zealots.
Yeah. It's actually kind of crazy seeing slow Zealots attack in here.
They're wrecking
how
too, man.
bad they are. Units.
CVs.
Like, man, this really is a terrible unit without that speed upgrade. Oh, he's pulled the boys.
Okay. Maru going for it right now.
Who pulled the boys out? Maru.
Keep going.
I'm really onto something. This is some of my best casting yet.
All right, lifts the mines up right there. The Zealots charge forward. Some good micro. The force field's going down. I'm not sure that that's going to help.
Oh, man, the battery's doing some work. These Void Rays getting targeted down here. The Stalker numbers beginning to dwindle, but a few Zealots come in here. Maru with just impeccable kiting, but I'm worried that there might just be enough Protoss here to hang on and survive.
Oh, the probes are being pulled. Maru needs to eliminate these probes as well because he did lose so many of his SCVs. Lands that Viking there. The batteries are used up. The overcharge is gone, but he needs these other units over here immediately.
There's no functional economy for Terran behind this. The next wave is probably the last hope here for Maru to try to win this. So he's going to try to regroup. Now, Hero lost a lot of the sophisticated units in that fight. He lost the Void Rays, he lost the Immortals, Sentries, stuff like that. So it really is these Tier 1 units that can't really heal because the batteries don't have energy here. And I think, actually, just barely, if Maru controls this as well as he has been controlling, he actually narrowly wins this game.
Yeah. What an excellent attack here from Maru. Look at that. Even the Immortal comes down. He micros it back. But it is not going to be enough. He's going to lose all of his probes at this gold base. I tell you, I actually thought that Hero was going to be able to take this.
I thought so.
And then Maru with that clutch SCV pull, just finishing him off.
Really perfect play. And so he abandons the gold base, knows that he has bigger fish to fry over here with the Archons coming in. And again, I mean, the game's almost over here, okay? Oh, both the mines are sniped, not bad, but the Observer sniped in return.
Yeah, the Archons will do reasonable here. Concussive Shell's not going to really affect them. But that's a bit too much damage output. And this is not a big Protoss army. 2 Archons, 2 Zealots, and a Sentry.
Yeah, he does have more workers, so he's getting more resources coming in here. The problem is that the Terran's army is a little bit more sophisticated here. Now, this is a pretty bold decision to warp in Zealots into the main and then to do another wave of them into the main because he wants to basically dry up the income because there's going to be a slow drip of other Terran units coming out right now. So this is very tough decision-making for both parties.
That's true. That's kind of a good point, right? Like, if he make sure that that income stays super low. Him being on 2 bases, that is still a bit more than what Maru has going on.
Yeah. And, you know, over time, you can get another Immortal out, you can get another Warp Prism out, all that. And so he's going to go straight into a counterattack here. Oh, this is wild.
A crazy
and
game.
Keep in mind that Hero has a recall. So he can basically come in here and smash down these workers. And then when it's time to flee, go back home and defend his base. And so we see Maru actually headed northbound with his army.
Oh, that sentry might get popped here. Oh, he pulls the sentry back in time, dropping these Archons out,
Oh my
trying
God,
to get
I think
that
Hero
damage.
might actually win this game. Watch, the reinforcements are going to come. Now, he needs to probably should have recalled even earlier. Well, hold on, he wants to take the fight. War Prism does not go down. Hero's micro, perfect. Oh, hold on, it does go down, but a second War Prism's here.
Yeah, these Zealots trying to close. Oh my God, he picks up. Look at the Archon trying to chase this down. He gets another charge, but it goes off in the wrong area. Look at this choke point, but the Archon being dropped behind the army. Oh my God, picks up the Archon and chases.
GG.
That was insanity.
I can't believe he won that. That was
Dude,
so,
I was so
crazy.
Sure. When Maru pulled the SCVs, I'm like, I think it's just not going to quite work, and then it just quite works. And then Hero still wins.
Dude,
oh, that was craziness.
I think we're in store for a great best of 5. That was really exciting. That was so crazy that, like, he just barely got the 2 Archons out, and then you see the Terran army come up there, and it's like, yeah, that's not quite enough. You know, the mines get sniped, but then the call to have the Zealots come in. Let's go big picture here, because Maru can get a Marauder here, a Marine there, a Medevac, and kind of keep the momentum going, because Protoss need enough sophistication in their army before the Terran can just easily snipe it. But to make the call to send a few Zealots in there to kill the SCVs, because Terran had like 18 SCVs, 16 SCVs, something like that. A couple Zealots kill that, and then you have no income.
Yeah.
And all you need is just enough Stalkers, just enough Zealots. You hold on in time. And then the counterattack, insane. We're going to go to game 2 now. As Maru vs. Hero continues on. Hero with that 1-0 lead.
Team NV, Maru. Dragon Phoenix Gaming, Hero.
So, hold on. Just to put this in perspective, right? Round 1, he 3-0's Trap. Round 2, he's against Maru.
He's already 1-0.
Okay. Yeah. Now, if Rogue wasn't so busy playing MapleStory, his next opponent would have been Rogue.
That's right.
Okay. So I just want to, like, after he beats Maru 3-0 here, he's going to resurrect Rogue 3-0 him, and then his angel wings that have black feathers are going to come out of his back. He's going to fly out of the studio with his trophy. The skateboard isn't enough for this man anymore.
I mean, right now, Hero looks to be in extremely good shape. That was a really specific type of game where you have to have like a really good sense of like, all right, every decision now has to be done perfectly because I'm in a tough spot. Maru's won a million games like this before. And the fact that he knew to do that and then knew it was actually time to go into a counterattack, I actually thought that we were going to have to see Hero recall, right? And then Hero's like, no, actually, I think we need to do this perfectly. By the way, nice double block.
Yeah, the double block is so cute. But yeah, that was why I thought
Okay,
you might be right about the recall.
I'm going to ask you a question. I don't know if you know the answer.
Okay.
But yeah, Rogue's been playing a lot of MapleStory. I keep getting ads for that. Like, on my computer, it keeps recommending me.
Yeah.
What is that?
Oh, it's a very old, like, 2D MMO.
Okay, I thought I'd heard of this before. This isn't a new game then, right?
No, it's really old.
Okay, yeah.
It's really old.
It's an MMO?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken. I remember when I was a kid, my younger brother played it a little bit.
Is it a Korean game?
Yeah, I believe it is.
Okay,
I believe
all right.
it is. I remember watching it just a tad. But what I mean by that is I have a level 100 character and I roleplay as him.
You're a closet MapleStory gamer.
Yeah.
My family finds out, they'll never understand.
I go by Sisatra in that game.
So this game between Maru and Hero, it's going to be a little bit more in the realm of an ordinary PvT. We did have the eBay block, actually double block, which is pretty cool from Maru. But, you know, seeing a game like Game 1 that was so back and forth, And really, both players are playing so well. It's such a delight to see. I'm excited to see what happens in game 2. We've got more barracks coming down here. It's going to be triple barracks, I believe, for the Terran. Tech coming in here for Hero.
Yeah, he's getting that Twilight, which I think will do well for him in this situation. Maru choosing to get a bunch of units out early here. This is going to give him, I guess, some stability, right? Like, Hero... Well, honestly, that last game, it was a pretty technical opener with the 2 Voids, 3 Phoenixes and everything, but a lot of his strengths seem to come from lots of Blink Stalkers, lots of Charge Zealots, right? So I guess having these extra units is kind of nice.
The Stalker can continue to harass here. Again, this is Hero where, like, he's just not going to miss a beat.
Yeah, and you can really see that micro coming through as well.
Yeah.
Something we've talked a lot about with Hero.
No. So I guess I'm over here now.
Ooh, he's reduced the Marine count quite significantly.
He gets away.
He's killed SCVs as well. He hasn't really lost that much. Show us the loss tab. Come on.
I can't believe.
There it is.
Yeah, look at that. 2 SCVs, 4 Marines.
That is not bad.
Shade Scout over here. I mean, it's kind of crazy how solid Hero looks. Like, we kind of would be expecting Zest to have the kind of control that we're seeing here from Hero, but Hero, it's like he never left, man. He just does not misclick.
He does not misclick. That's a good point.
It's true, though.
Yeah.
It's like everything is done basically perfectly here.
Do you misclick a lot when you play?
I feel like in certain moments I misclick. Does that make sense? Like,
Yeah.
I should be better at this one moment, but like I get excited or...
I have certain
You know what I
days
mean?
where like I try to click on something and I just don't. And I'm like, oh, and like all my units are just running around and I'm trying to pull one unit out. Like, all right, we have the Stalkers coming up in. Picks off that Marauder, forces a stim. Trying to get back to that shield battery ASAP.
Yeah, barely gets over there in time to heal up. That was kind of crazy.
That was a good turnaround from Maru, but he's going to chase it down now.
You know, the problem though is when you don't have a medevac, the Stalkers can kind of... It's like a scary movie, you know, the Stalkers basically walk and the Marines are like, ah, just screaming, running away, and they turn back, the Stalkers are still there. You can chase for a long time. I mean, Stalkers are faster than Marines when they're not stimmed. And so Maru backs up again over here. Is this going to be a tit for tat? Could we see a blink into the main like the observer suggests?
Oh, look at this. We have a support bay and a forge going up on 2 base here for Hero. I did not expect to see that.
That's actually pretty cool.
Like, this is
he
a
wants to
mega old
basically-
build then.
Yeah, he's going to go try to bludgeon the army here.
And you can see that micro once
Dude,
again. Just looking
he's
beautiful.
so clean.
It's the cleanest. Use so much soap.
Squeaky clean. It's like not even good for you. Like, some bacteria is good. You know what I mean? Like, what are you doing?
Well,
Then he comes right back on top of the bunker. He's going to get the bunker killed.
the only dirt he has is his opening strategy.
That's right.
Everything else is clean, though.
And then he just continues to put the pressure on here.
When he stabs you with a rusty knife, you don't even get tetanus. That's how clean his rusty
It's
knife
crazy.
is. Dude, like, this is so cool.
It's like
he's keeping the pressure on and going Colossi off 2 base into that third. So he's actually really very stable in a lot of ways here. And it's good against this type of build, too.
Yeah, he meant to lose that War Prism, too. That was to get supply, guys. Don't be confused.
Yeah. Well, once you lose that prism, they think you're not going to make another, but
That's
you
right.
do.
So we did see him mess up with that War Prism, but other than that, I mean, it's been pretty impressive.
I love when we're talking someone up and then they screw everything up and they lose everything.
Yeah, the siege tank's going to stop that. But we've already got the one Colossus over here.
I was just thinking of how we could fix our casting taste so it's more safe, so that nobody likes it.
Yeah, yeah.
Or we could be like, he's doing well, but everyone eventually makes mistakes.
All these gamers are so good. See that Colossus run out there? He just wanted to give the Stalkers a bottle of water and run back. He just...
So wonderful.
Yeah, he just, keep it up. You're doing great.
I'm out of here now. See you.
Yeah.
Disruptor on the way. A lot of gates coming up. He loves going down there, down that little tiny ramp.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Right, with the
So is
two
he gonna-
Colossi, I don't think that Maru stays here. I think he just turns around.
Maru has to back up. Now, the third base was slower here for Hero, which isn't bad. It just means that he leaned in a little bit more to powering.
Which, again, I think it works well against what Maru's doing, right?
Yeah, I
Because
think it's
Maru went
fine.
for the 3 racks opener, so it's like getting those Colossi and making sure you have them, it takes some of the wind out of the sails. If you take that too quickly, sometimes Maru's going to be able to get additional damage done.
So, Maru really, not going too hard against Hero anymore. I think biding his time, which I think is a good move here, to keep powering up and developing. I think, you attack too quickly into Hero here and he just smashes you. But the Dark Shrine's coming. We have Zealot Charge coming up. Hero really not missing a beat. He's got Zealots to counterattack over here on the side. Oh, wait, what?
It was an Observer.
Oh, no, I thought he was pulling SCVs to just attack. I'm like,
Oh.
what?
Yeah, he's going to attack
Yeah,
those minerals.
yeah. It was before he went down that I thought that, but I was like, oh, that's weird. All right, I think my Hero's going to win again. This is just a weird
Against
super
Colossi?
tournament. Yeah. 2 Colossi, that can't be the timing.
That's a Wings of Liberty move right there. You're like, oh, he has 3 Colossi? Yeah, pull the boys. All right, the second Robo is coming up. Charge is about to finish here. Another Forge, Dark Shrine, 4th base. Looks like we're getting into a nice big macro game. This is exciting.
This is very welcome.
I love watching Maru late game.
Well, I think we can learn a lot from seeing him do late game because nobody can quite play late game like Maru has. You've seen TY do it before, but he's not with us right now. I mean, I look forward to having him back here, but right now, Maru is basically at the forefront of, the best way to do that. And again, Hero, I think this is going to be a real exhibition of his own strengths here as well, is that, he has these strong rushes, but he also can just, go toe-to-toe with the best. And, now that he's back, and I think he's a welcome addition here for us at GSL in 2022, this is going to be probably a pretty sick game.
Yeah, I'm very much looking forward to this because you see all these different tools that Hero's getting, and the way he plays is just a little bit different from everyone else. So even though you see him getting into Disruptor Tech as well as Blink DTs, which is a very common set of late game units, like a lot of Protosses like using Mass Blink DT late game and Disruptors late game to kind of like, obviously you jump on planetaries and things like that, just wreck them and use those Disruptors as your primary form of splash a lot of the time. But is that the way that Hero's going to end up playing that? Not entirely sure.
So I don't know if Hero wants to attack in here.
No.
This seems to be like as well set up as you could ever be as a Terran. And, the Disruptor shots can't quite get to where the tanks are unless the tank shots are drawn in by something else. So, I mean, I don't think that you should try to pull the trigger here as Hero.
No, I would agree with you on that. Like, I think it's fine to be up here and like poking and prodding and seeing if you can get anything.
Yeah, it'll take pressure off of the Protoss. Drops can't really come in because if there was to be a big drop, you just run in and try to smash the base. I like taking out the sensor tower, kind of creating some, ambiguity about where the army is.
Absolutely.
All right, he's going to back up.
There's a Stargate on the way. Do you think Carrier or Tempest?
I think Tempest could be pretty good in,
in
this position right here. I think Tempest is good.
Yeah,
to
and
start
the thing
actually
is,
doing damage.
A lot of these other players, and we talk about it every single TVP, where it's like, well, his army is doing well, and it looks like Terran's doing well, but his army can never fight. Maru is a player who will get ready to fight the Protoss army. He'll do things like add Mass Liberator.
Right.
So Tempest can be a very strong counter against that still, although we do see some people prefer... Oh, in fact, I think probably more Protoss right now prefer Carriers.
Carriers are definitely more trendy, but... Well, hold on a second. He actually took out that tank at the bottom, which exposes the gas and all this other stuff down here.
That bunker.
Yeah.
That's a sick bunker.
Imagine
right
being
there.
in
It's
that
like,
bunker. You're like, ah! There's just lasers coming down. Repair faster!
don't you run!
Okay, you know what he's done? He's just kind of edged in and picked off the tanks, and now he's going to force a fight.
Okay, but
SCV's pulled.
I don't think that Maru can force this.
No, I think that basically Hero got away in the nick of time. I love the force fields. It does not block out the SCVs, though.
Okay, he's throwing down some liberation zones, and the Vikings are in here. Hold on, though. Maru. Oh,
Okay.
my God. He can force the fight. He goes right up the ramp and wrecks everything. Now, he does lose a lot of SCVs.
Seems like some of those stalkers in the upper left of that fight weren't attacking. I mean, it just looks like
Okay.
he wasn't actually controlling it, is what I'm saying. Not that if the stalkers had fought. It looks like he was trying to micro the zealots over there. And so now there's like this battering ram just coming across the map here to try to pick a fight with anything that Hero has. Hero is going to go for some defensive, excuse me, he's going to go for zealot counterattacks here while he tries to defend this, is what I'm trying to say. But I think Maru may have just turned the game on its head by fighting back at that third base.
He killed all the value that was in Hero's army. And in fact, Hero, I think, like, that was kind of the game-losing move, but then trying to fight over that Nexus was also not the right play. Like, he actually needed a couple rounds from all of his gateways plus a couple rounds from the Robos to have any chance of fighting this.
It could have also come down to the fact that the force fields were not good from Hero when he was fleeing up the ramp. So the SCVs actually got through. I think he had an opportunity to even try to recall some of those Colossi and try to come up with something back here. Now, big picture, it's 3 base to 4 base. Protoss is behind in bases and supply and you know, a lot. But let's see how Hero decides if he can hang on, how he decides to do that, I should say.
Well, Disruptor's obviously going to be pretty key. I think I see some probes long distance mining towards the bottom left there at like 8 o'clock or so. A lot of mines left out here from Maru. Maru continuing to just rally up. And like Hero, I don't think he has enough to do anything at this point. It just seems like Maru crushing that one army, that was enough that there's not much coming back. Blink over to the turret. That does not work out.
This may be a quiet ending here. You know, Maru basically got the lead. He's just going to try to, you know, fill in the rest of the available supply in the game. And I just don't see any way that Hero can recover here. So this game was lost. Even look at Hero touching his face back there, kind of. He's letting the game play out, but he knows that, you know, there was some pretty big errors there. So I think we're going to see GG here. Maybe Hero has some pretty impeccable control and the game does go on, but I think big picture here, you've got to concede that, you know, Maru seems to be in a position that he's not going to give up.
No, Maru's too good to lose when he's ahead. He's just, it's like impossible to come back at this point, I think. Oh, that was like a good hit, but not enough. GG. And Maru takes game number 2, but I tell you, Hero was looking pretty darn good that game as well.
Well, Hero looked very scary. I think, you know, I wasn't expecting him to try to kind of orbit around the third base and kind of come in and poke out each of those tanks, and then try to take a fight. And it looked like it worked until suddenly Maru just, you know, closed in with everything, sensing that weakness. And I think Hero is going to be frustrated from that loss because he didn't have to come in and poke out that third base. It was sort of a... And, you know, if it was going to work against Maru, I would have been amazed because that's kind of crazy. You don't normally see Maru's taking a task like that.
Instantaneous punish of that. It's like, okay, you did get the tanks, but you have taken some hits. You don't really have shields or anything, and I have this huge arc. Let's go. And, I mean, Hero losing all the technicality of his army. That's the main thing in PvT is keep your robo units alive all game.
We're going to go to Hardwire for map 3. Right now, Maru and Hero tied 1-1.
Game start. Team NV, Maru. Dragon Phoenix Gaming, Hero.
He's still salty about that.
He's got his duck lips on right now.
He's still pissed.
Oh, man.
Well, I think, you know, I mean, Hero's a really competitive guy. And, I mean, especially when you, like, 3-0 trap and then you've already 1-0 Maru, you're like probably so high on life at that moment. You know what I mean? When you're just dominating, you're like, I'm the sickest gamer ever. That, like, to get stopped like that by Maru has got to be frustrating. But again, it's why Maru is so deadly in a lot of these very nuanced situations. Like we saw the 3 tanks taken out. It's like, is Protoss ahead or not? I'm not sure. And then Maru's like, not if I take all my SCVs.
Yeah, no, it was great moves. He really just has a level that no one else has with this race.
Is this probe going to find the barracks?
I don't know. It's possible.
It's not waypointed. Oh.
By the way, can I just say something before this really picks up that really bothers me?
I love you too. No, sorry. What? Go ahead.
Yeah, that's what bothers me. Hero does not sit in the middle of his chair. He sits way over on the side. Look at that headrest. Look at where his shoulders are.
Yeah.
It's like he's sitting so far on the side.
Yeah, he
It's
really
like it's
is.
a bench and he's sitting in one of the seats. And he's like got the other seat in case someone wants to sit next to him, you know?
I think it's that he actually leans with his keyboard arm. If you look at it, he's leaning like that, and then the mouse arm is not on the desk.
Maybe. I can't quite see from here.
Well, he's right-handed, so if you look down there,
Yeah.
you guys can't see this, but yeah. Not the best posture, though, you're right.
Well, just the non-centering, you know? It's not a good SimCity for that chair.
The bunker is going to come down here and try to basically block this area off. This is kind of a little abusive strat Terran's can do because you can cancel buildings and get the majority of your funds back. As you know, that you have to kill that or your workers can't mine efficiently, and so that does free the Terran up from other threats. What do you think about the fact that Maru's doing this again, what he did in Game 1, which is have a barracks in the middle of the map that really isn't intended to do that much as far as aggression?
I think it's just a part of Maru's, you know, randomization of what he's doing and flexibility. Like, it seemed a little bit scary at first because it's like, yeah, trying to rally Marines back in against a Void Ray Rush is rough, but is Hero going to do that again? Here he's not, so I think it was totally fine, and you can really throw people off with it occasionally.
Yeah, so one of the ideas with this, guys, is that when you don't see the barracks in the main or you spot a barracks on the map, the overreaction from the other side is sometimes all you need. Because nowhere does it say in the game that you have to proxy and have to all in just because a building's in a spot that looks like it can all in. And instead, he kind of builds into this pretty middle-of-the-road aggression here, which is, you know, Hellions and...
Well, he's playing Terran versus Terran right now against Protoss, so we're going to see if that works. But the 3 Reapers could potentially do some good damage.
You know,
if all these units are out of position like this?
You have to have that Zealot there to kill that, and then the Reapers can run by, but there's Phoenixes here to catch this.
Yeah, that turns out to be a pretty darn good counter.
Yeah, and this is actually going to really, I think, mess Maru up here. He's going to try to come in here and get some of these probes. We only have 2 killed. And, you know, the Phoenixes are actually just faster than the Hellions, so it's not like these Hellions can really get away, and I don't see a third small unit group that can run in somewhere else and do this. So, you know, there is a reason why we don't see this very, pretty much ever. I'm sure it's happened somewhere that maybe we've casted, but very often. But yeah, you can just pick this up and easily get the kills. And Terran's behind.
Yeah, that didn't do quite as much as he was looking for. I think that Hero's totally fine losing 4 workers.
Can he kill this SCV? No, not in time.
But you know what? 3 Adepts coming in. Definitely can get a lot of damage back here.
as-
Oh, but the mine is actually going to really screw that up.
Ooh.
And another mine.
Yeah, I didn't even see the second one there until the little string came out. He's going to have Phoenixes over here. And, I mean, you know, Hero is really, I think, playing a pretty brilliant game considering how weird this has become. He's just looking at this and being like, well, you picked a weird comp. What can I actually do against you now? Ooh. Almost lost another Phoenix there.
Yeah. 5 Phoenixes now, the entire army. Poor Hero, who's taking a 3rd Nexus. And, okay, so he's going Forge and Twilight. Is this Charge or Flames? I think it's Charge in this situation.
You could be right about that. You know, I think he kind of went a little bit too hard with the Phoenixes.
Yeah.
That was...
Yeah, look at him. He's like smirking and throwing his head around. It's like, okay, well...
He got too greedy there for sure.
Dude, his army is like 2 Phoenixes right now. He's got 6 army supply against 24. His army is 3 Phoenixes, Tasteless. Does 3 Phoenixes beat all that? If they're fully upgraded with full energy, they don't beat all that.
Yeah, no, this is kind of funny because, like, I think Hero did such a great job holding this and getting into a good spot. Now, he is about to have a huge gateway explosion. I think he's going to have 7 gates total here. With Zealots with Charge, so, like, he is going to be able to kind of fill in this vacant supply, and it doesn't seem like Maru is actually going to attack with anything committed just yet. But he does have 2 Cyclones coming out on the map. I think roaming, maybe trying to see if he could pick off a Phoenix, something like that. But charge is still halfway out. Now, I don't know how aware Maru is of how actually naked Hero is as far as having any kind of attacking army. Yeah. I mean, this has already been your far from a standard game, right?
Yeah. Well, I mean, if Maru could see the map, he would have seen that Nexus go up, and he would have just like laughed and attacked because there was absolutely nothing. But he does have those gates up, so charge is coming. +1 armor is coming. Kind of an older school style.
And he's pulled SCVs. This is some real good gaming sense here, because the SCVs are going to make the Zealots not useful. You know, without the SCVs, I think you question, you know, how effective this attack is going to be. But if it's just Zealots and a Sentry and an Orb Boy, I mean, I don't think so.
I mean, you get your Guardian Shield, but maybe not even if he targets that down. Okay, backs up. The 3 mines going to zone everything out. Oh my God, those mines are like killing my soul right now. Oh, he gets past them.
Yeah, they weren't quite placed correctly, but it doesn't seem to matter regardless. Now the Zealots are going to be chased into this corner here. There's nothing the Hero can do. No. Maru just absolutely smashes. And look at this. He immediately turns, knowing there's going to be another warp in here. Decides to fight over an even more valuable location where the second Nexus is, as well as the Robo and all this other tech. And again, it's just Zealots. And the SCVs are going to tank. The Marines and everything else are not going to be touched. And we're going to have game number 4 here as Maru is quickly building himself back into the series with a 2-1 lead.
Yeah, he's showing his unbelievable strength right now. Hero definitely going a little bit too hard that last game with his harassment. His initial defense of the 3 Reaper, 2 Hellion push was good, right? He only lost 4 probes. And that was, you know, Maru really tried everything he could there to pull some damage together.
I think it was a very bad decision for Hero after he saw the first Widow Mine. Actually, he saw 2 Widow Mines. When you see 2 and you've got Phoenixes, it's like, okay, let's calm down.
Yeah.
You can use these to catch drops. He can't Widow Mine drop you anymore.
Well, you can pin him in their base a bit longer, get more warping rounds, have a better fight.
To come in and try to take some swipes at Maru, where it's like, dude, you don't know if there's going to be Widow Mines there now. Like, he's already shown you he's willing to build these. Maru now up a game, and, you know, although I think Maru is really having to work to get these wins, we're seeing why he's been so successful in the past. Hero looking very strong, but not the complete picture to take on the force that is Maru. Let's see what happens on 2,000 Atmospheres. That's game 4. I would love to see Hero come back, but it's possible Maru might just take it, man.
Team NV, Maru.
Are we not going to do the other intro?
The intro is this pylon right here.
All right. The overlay won't fit over that pylon, though. That's what we should do.
Yeah, we have a barrack-shaped one for when Maru's proxy raxing. Oh, another outside one.
Oh.
And that is a proxy gateway, so, okay. I like how, like, in your face both of these players are.
Yeah, I like how in your base Hero is with Maru right now. He just sees this immediately. So you see 2 gases. There's no barracks here. I mean, it's like, all right, he's doing it again. But this looks like it could be not necessarily bad for Hero here. I do feel like Maru it's kind of crazy how good he is in these weird situations.
Yeah.
Like, if we see, you know, Parting, for instance, like put a building out on the map, we're like, okay, he's 100% going to be aggressive and all in. With Maru, like, it doesn't really mean that, which is why he's so good at this. But, you know, this is going to be one of these builds where he has a Zealot run up here right away and try to start really doing damage here. He has a second one being made. The Cybernetics core is probably about 90% complete. I mean, there's a lot that's going to happen here.
Look at this. The eBay block goes down as the probe is sitting there. And, hey, I mean, he blocked it, and up comes the Zealot, but obviously the Reaper can kill that without too much trouble. Huh. So it puts a high priority on trying to wall that off, but I don't think that Maru really cared all that much about that. or a hero rather.
Now, there's an eBay that's been made over at the Natural, so Hero is forced to expand to where the third base normally goes. Oh gosh, this is just a dirty game, man. This is just like two guys trying to scumbag each other as much as possible.
Yeah, nice micro there. Pulls back from the grenade. Gonna go up the ramp. Hellion is on the way. This is always something that scares me when Protoss makes their third base right there. It can be a little bit difficult to defend, especially when Maru's making a unit composition like this.
Yeah. It's definitely an uncomfortable game for Protoss. And, I mean, I do want to point out the Reaper could just go in the bunker. Like, that is...
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, absolutely. It might not be the intended plan here, but that is, like, a thing we could end up seeing is, like, Reapers here in this bunker in this, like, really weird, hard-to-defend spot.
I think that's what he's
trying to do,
right now.
yeah.
And if he gets, like, okay, he's going to lose 2. So that's a little bit rough. If he had gotten all 3 in there, that's like pretty awesome. But
oh yeah,
with just 1, I don't think it's that big a deal.
Nice micro in there, puts him back out. 3 Stalkers is enough that you can, just kind of chip away at the bunker and take it out. Is he gonna get this probe? Oh, and here come 2 Hellions into the main. Wow, this setup is pretty crazy.
Yeah.
This has been like one of the more complicated early games, man. But like the fact that now he's gonna send these Hellions in here. Now the battery is really saving the day, but this damage could begin to stack.
Yeah, and a lot of these are very badly hurt now. Looks like he's not going to get any more kills right this second, but that could stack up a little bit later. Look at this. Very quick armory coming up, so some Cloaked Widowmine drops will be on the way. Luckily for Hero, he does start a Robo. Obviously, this base layout, though, is like really annoying to try to deal with. There's a reason why people always expanded their natural first.
Yeah. No, you're really exposed. Having the comfort of the natural and, the proximity to your main base and being able to, if you need to, even run up the ramp if things get too hot. But, yeah, I mean, this is a rough one here. The Robo base coming down now. We do have one Widowmine coming across the map. And look at this. He's going to have a little cheeky one come right down there. Does not manage to get burrowed in time, but I like the idea.
All right, another mine going to come in a medevac. And there's a Prism on the way. So if this gets burrowed, and it looks like it will, that's going to be really annoying.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, he's switching targets a whole lot here.
He's just trying to buy time. Because the moment that thing fires, then the probes go back. So the idea is you just kind of make them wait. Problem is that you can't do anything else when that's happening. So the War Prism's going to be out. Is there counterplay here? We've got Stalker Blink done. We've got, I don't know what number, but there should be a decent number of Stalkers on the map. The tank is halfway finished. The tank is really the unit that can actually, keep the Stalkers out as long as it's well positioned. We have one that's there over here at the Natural. But, I mean, if you look, there's a pretty good sweet spot here to just jump into the main and do a lot of damage and maybe even snipe that tank.
Yeah, I could see him absolutely jumping on that. I think that's exactly what he's going to do. If he jumps forward, picks off the tank, then goes bunker, like, that's a bust.
Yeah, there is a second bunker finishing. But, I mean, I don't think he has enough to repair it, even almost 360 degrees of repair is not enough to curb the momentum of that. And he can blink back now, and I mean, this is a crazy amount of damage.
Yeah. I mean, starting to pick off quite a few SCVs. The Siege Tank does come forward, stays on the high ground there to avoid being seen. Second Siege Tank as well.
Okay, is he just going to go? Yeah, he goes forward again. And, I don't see this depot lifted just yet. I see a lot of SCVs being pulled. I think he could even juggle these over onto that tank again.
Well, this is just so much damage. You can see Maru starting to be a little bit resigned to his fate here.
Yeah, it's a fire he cannot put out. GG. Hero takes the next game. Dude, it's another series tied up 2-2.
Wow.
Today proving to be a lot closer, than our previous games.
Yeah, this is pretty badass right now. The fact that Hero is bringing Maru to a Game 5, and these have been very dynamic games too.
I've really enjoyed the series.
Yeah. You know what I think Hero needs to do? He needs to do a Proxy Void Ray all-in.
I think you're right.
Because Game 5, why the hell not, Tasteless? Why not? Why not just go for the cheesiest, most aggressive thing? We already saw that his micro forward is very strong. You know, obviously he lost the probe, which caused some problems in that one. But yeah, that's what I'd like to see here. And then he can get Maru's ashes ready.
Ooh. He's going to get Maru's ashes, just pour some milk in there and eat them like he's some kind of an oatmeal, man. That's what he's going to do.
Oatmeal.
Now, look at...
It's like bran flakes, but Maru flavored.
What you do is you put some raspberries in there and it adds a little bit of flavor. I mean, look at the intensity here on Hero, guys. Hero might take it. He might beat Maru, but he's got to do it in this game or else.
Got to do it.
Go ahead, put that overlay over the SCV. But if they don't do the intros, how will we know who's playing?
Pylon in the main, okay. I can live with that.
Weird. Questionable.
Weird. Huh?
What are you going to do with that? Are you going to make your buildings in your main too? That's weird. Now this is a barracks that's going to be very close.
Yeah.
To Hero. And we should point out that not all the proxies Maru did, the barracks was that close to the Protoss.
Yeah, most of the time it was actually further away, so that might also be kind of leading Hero to think that that's more likely where they will be.
We have seen Maru set up openings and placements and kind of tinker with proxy stuff that kind of develops an idea in the opponent's head so that later on he does either a much more aggressive build with proxies, or sometimes he'll even dial it back. He's been masterful at this, and I think it's one of the reasons why people can't quite get their finger on what Maru's going to do from game to game. Now, that being said, I don't know how much he's going to commit onto this. Only Maru knows that, but...
You know, lucky for Hero, he is actually playing a one-base build. So
that's right.
Even though there's a proxy, it's not like he has a Nexus being made and no units on the way.
And I don't see any probes on the map here building anything.
Nope.
So it's going to be a tech build, but, there's not anything hidden so far. So the factory starts at home here for Maru.
SCV coming up.
Yeah, he'll see the double gas.
Sees everything for now. And literally doesn't even care that the SCV was here. No, he built it right after it went out.
So he doesn't have enough minerals to actually throw the Nexus down here.
Yeah, Stalker's going to be popping out here shortly.
And
did the SCV go to the bottom left of his base there to check the pylon in the back? I think it may have. I would like to see if he's actually seen the Stargate.
That's a good question. I mean, all you need to do is, count the pylons and look at the tech.
Yeah, he just hopped up on the little Reaper jump path and saw the Stargate. So
Base
he knows
is
now.
under attack.
And so how does a Terran want to play this out? I mean, it was a lot of confidence shown there from Hero to just kind of go for this.
Well, yeah, the Cyclone is being made and the Oracle's being made. So as much as this looked like it could be fireworks and a couple one-base builds, it's not so much. They both just got a little bit of tech and expanded at the same time. So this is just like a different ordering of normal builds almost. Look at that, checks exactly as that's popping out. Doesn't see, he's checking to see if anything else is being built, nothing. There's a Twilight coming up.
Yeah, this is kind of a funny looking game, right? We've got the Oracle coming out now. Now, with Cyclones ready here, it's not like he's going to easily be able to get some SCVs. But behind it, we've got 3-gate Stalker Blink.
Yeah.
And, a lot of times, first of all, I think if you do this build, you actually cannot afford to lose the Oracle, okay? Because you need that to tag and see what they're doing.
Spot up to the high ground as well.
That as well, everything. Because, because if the Stalkers can't see up there and can't, see where the units they need to snipe are, I mean, you're playing blind, right? But I think Maru is also playing this not bad considering what's going to be coming his way. He's got a tank coming here. He's going to basically seal his 2 base off and start to power up. He just wanted to get those Cyclones out first to fend off the Oracle. And he did. The Oracle is at less than 50% HP. I think other than a tag, we won't see that Oracle for a little bit. In fact, Hero takes a 3rd base here.
I like it.
And yeah, see, we're just going to see stuff like that where he just wants to see what's going on. And I mean, there's not much more you could ask to see.
I like that he
The
starts
Terrence base.
Cloak wall tagged.
Yeah, we'll see if he like goes through with it. Yeah, cancels that immediately.
Wall still tagged.
And starts it up when it goes off. It's like, all right, man, this is a lot.
It's
This is a lot, man, what you're doing.
I got bad news
I'm like,
for you. Hero never
He
checked.
never went back there and looked, okay? He's playing way too fast. Like,
Yeah. Not only that, but he doesn't really care
yeah,
either.
yeah.
He's
going
gonna
to
make
do
a
the
lot
same
of
build no matter
stalkers.
what. Yeah.
That's his plan.
You're way trying to outthink him here. He's like,
What are you going to trick him
Yeah.
into doing? Come on.
I'm like,
You
I
think
got
he's
news
gonna
for
make
you.
Phoenixes? No.
He doesn't know that the buildings animate when they upgrade. Okay? That's how try hard you are, all right?
Yeah.
He literally has no idea.
He doesn't even know.
He's never noticed the buildings animated ever for any of this stuff, okay? It's really weird. He's played the game for a long time. He didn't know that. So charge coming here as Hero is building up. Dude, it's going to be crazy if Hero wins this.
Yeah. Yeah. And there's such a variety of games here as well.
What is that on the ground? A mite?
A mite? It's a giant mite. It is some sort of beetle.
Now, I don't know that Protoss is going to actually attack in here, but I think he wants to set up a pin. So, like, let's say Terran does move, he's just, like, going to run right around. And it's important that he's tagging the tanks, especially that tank on the high ground, because he needs to see, like, you know, can you get in any further here? Is there anywhere in the main you can come in and try to take out, like, tech labs? And I think that tank pretty well covers everything, but there is a pretty big vacant area in the plateau and the Terran's main in the bottom right.
Yeah, honestly, though, I think that this is all a fake from Hero, this part, because he's got these gateways finishing and charge and a prism coming. So, like, this little group of stalkers, I think, is just, like, trying to slow Maru slightly so that he can swarm with Zealots. Now, Maru's moving out. This could end up good for Hero. If he gets, like, a couple big rounds of charge lots and gets a good engage on this, he can really reduce this army size.
Look at the upgrades finishing up. Oh, and you know what? There's Medevac's not over this tank.
I like these
that may
moves.
matter later on when the attack picks up. Oh, SCVs.
Oh my god. One of these games again.
Oh,
those
dude.
stalkers are not going to be happy.
Okay, so the stalkers are gone. There's nothing to wedge in between the push anymore.
Well, I don't know about this.
I don't think he has enough, man.
Yeah, he does not.
This is
Definitely,
just
and with a Raven in there as
the
well.
one
with the
force
SCVs.
field.
Oh, man. No, he's got to pull back. You do
Yeah.
not want to engage right there.
So he can try to sandbag this with these stasises for now.
Yeah, but he doesn't have 4 more stasis, so this is happening whether he likes it or not, and I would say he does not.
And the 3 tanks are far back enough. He takes out those 2 gateways. Oh, the forge is going to go down. I'm not sure that it's upgrading. Oh, he's going to just make structures over here.
Yeah, this is looking rough right now, and he actually disables that one immortal. Another immortal does pop out, but he just lost like everything and killed nothing.
Yeah, this
So
game's
that
over.
looks like it's done, yeah.
Maru is going to take this game in a masterful series, once again proving why he is always on top. We see the Zealots coming in here to try to intercept these tanks. They're already unsieged and being kited back. Doesn't even get that one in the red.
Wow. Pretty awesome and masterful game here from Maru. A great series from both sides. This just shows how exciting this year of GSL is going to be with players like Hero returning. Oh, look at that. He helps Maru right there. Puts a little wall for all those hurt Marines.
And, I mean, this is pretty insane. A really crazy game here from Maru. I really like how he played this out from start to finish here. Hero's going to try to fight back and see if he can hang on, but honestly, with these bunkers, like, it really does spell disaster here.
Yeah. I mean, it's super not looking doable.
Yeah, he's going to fish the Archon into the siege tank line. And again, you know, the Marines, they do have better range than the Archon. As long as he's nimble enough, he's not going to get touched.
Yeah, drops a tank. Going to continue to push bunkers up.
Man. What a series, though. This is going to be hard to top.
Yeah,
And I mean,
seriously.
it's really a reminder to everybody that Hero is back and can hold his own against Maru here. I think if Maru wasn't smart enough to pull his SCVs at that moment.
Yeah. Absolutely. Comes in with the flank. That's the final attack. We should be seeing a GG now.
Yeah.
So there's absolutely nothing left here. Literally no
it's
units.
physically impossible to win from here.
He's running probes away when he has 0 combat units.
It's a ghost town in his base. I think we've seen Hero do this before where he just processes the loss for a few seconds. GG. Maru takes that game and goes to the Final Four. I'll tell you what, that was a fun series to cast.
Yeah, that was a fun series all around.
And I mean, Zest vs. Bunny was pretty damn good, but
Yeah.
that's one of the funner TVPs I've seen in a while, man. That was just so cool.
Indeed, and that means that we get a little Zest versus Maru match coming up.
That's right.
In the round of 4, which is, I mean, that's an amazing match. It's the most successful Terran in GSL history and the most successful Protoss in GSL history going at it.
Definitely something to look forward to here. I mean, you know, I was just informed that Maru actually did not play with his own mouse today, although I wouldn't have noticed unless production just told me that.
No, yeah, actually, he didn't bring his mouse, and Caster Muse brought a mouse for him. That's why Caster Muse is here.
Short break, ByuN vs. Dark coming up next.
On the street, I'm just smiling big at everybody. 2 more blocks and I'll be at your door. Overcome, brother, nothing keeps me melancholy. Spread my wings, so damn ready to soar. And there couldn't be a better taste after everything I faced. I send a little luck my way, send a little bright sun ray to hit my skin. Dream that I cannot erase, keep it in a little case. Truth be told, is I've never felt better. And if I'm honest with myself, I am so glad we're together, because this new state of mind that I've struggled to find can now be shared with you, because you showed me the light. In my head, deep inside of my mind, I love you in a way that has been hard to define. Let's go out, let's go dancing tonight. Adrenaline is pumping, engines up for the flight. And it couldn't be a better taste after everything I faced. I send a little luck my way, send a little bright sun ray to hit my skin. Dream that I cannot erase, keep it in a little case. Truth be told, is I've never felt better. And if I'm honest with myself, I am so glad we're together, because this new state of mind that I've struggled to find can now be shared with you, because you showed me the light. Truth be told, is I've never felt better. And if I'm honest with myself, I am so glad we're together, because this new state of mind that I've struggled to find can now be shared with you, because you showed me the light. Truth be told, is I've never felt better. And if I'm honest with myself, I am so glad we're together, because this new state of mind that I've struggled to find can now be shared with you, because you showed me the light.
I think it's worth investing in when the feeling is mutual, when both parties are really excited, when there's like these little moments of magic.
Feels good, it fits right. We don't move too quick. Got hers, I get mine. We say, ooh, that's it. Say what I feel is a fact. She said she feel it right back. Got sentimental, locked the momentum. Said what I meant though. Yeah, I got what I give, can't block what it is. And I'm not one to trip or flake. If the plot got thick and we got off script, I won't just dip, I stay. Let the incense float out and defenses go down. Let the pot get big. If I lost my chips, I'll process it and say it's alright. That's life. Let those cycles twist. When the highs go dip, then I go ride. Hold tight. That's the risk we take. It's a trip we ought to make, and it's alright. That's life. Let those cycles twist. When the highs go dip, then I'll go ride. Hold tight. Yeah, that's the risk we take. It's a trip we ought to make, and it's alright.
I look for a seamless openness and conversation and vulnerability. Those are the things that make me feel connected to somebody.
You said don't knock walking. We spend all night locked in. Couldn't pick a movie, got too goofy, then hit pause on talking. Just a little vignette, cap with a little finesse. Yeah, laugh with the mint on your breath, with the pen in your left and the other on my neck active. Make me wanna say and do big things, moving. Locking the tempo all through the rental after the pencil. Soothing past that, yeah. What's the plan? I know it's a new one, lots to improve on. Gotta just take the chance, it's alright.
I've been coming up hot for a minute. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. I've been coming up hot for a minute.
어려워도 이렇게 멈추면 내가 아니지. 오늘이 모여 새로운 날을 만든다. 나의 레벨은 다르다. 어나더 레벨 핫식스.
오, 커뮤니티. 내 이름도 검색해볼까? 광민선 꽃받침? 광민선 각선미? 인기글은 내가 찾을 거야. 나이스! 감사합니다. e스포츠의 커뮤니티는 여기!
힘들어도
어려워도 이렇게 멈추면 내가 아니지.
오늘이 보여.
새로운 날을 만든다. 나의 레벨은 다르다. 어나더 레벨 핫식스.
I've been coming up hot for a minute. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. I've been coming up hot for a minute.
어려워도 이렇게 멈추면 내가 아니지. 오늘이 모여 새로운 날을 만든다. 나의 레벨은 다르다. 어나더 레벨 핫식스.
힘들어도
어려워도 이렇게 멈추면 내가 아니지.
오늘이 보여.
새로운 날을 만든다. 나의 레벨은 다르다. 어나더 레벨 핫식스.
I've been coming up hot for a minute. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. I've been coming up hot for a minute.
어려워도 이렇게 멈추면 내가 아니지. 오늘이 모여 새로운 날을 만든다. 나의 레벨은 다르다. 어나더 레벨 핫식스.
오, 커뮤니티. 내 이름도 검색해볼까? 광민선 꽃받침? 광민선 각선미? 인기글은 내가 찾을 거야. 나이스! 감사합니다. e스포츠의 커뮤니티는 여기!
힘들어도
어려워도 이렇게 멈추면 내가 아니지.
오늘이 보여.
새로운 날을 만든다. 나의 레벨은 다르다.
어나더 레벨 핫6.
I've been coming up hot for a minute. Everybody let it drop when I'm in it. Everybody let it drop when I'm in it. I've been coming up hot for a minute.
어려워도 이렇게 멈추면 내가 아니지. 오늘이 모여 새로운 날을 만든다. 나의 레벨은 다르다. 어나더 레벨 핫6.
힘들어도
어려워도 이렇게 멈추면 내가 아니지.
오늘이 보여.
새로운 날을 만든다. 나의 레벨은 다르다.
어나더 레벨 핫6.
I've been coming up hot for a minute. Everybody let it drop when I'm in it. Everybody let it drop when I'm in it. I've been coming up hot for a minute.
어려워도 이렇게 멈추면 내가 아니지. 오늘이 모여 새로운 날을 만든다. 나의 레벨은 다르다. 어나더 레벨 핫6.
오, 커뮤니티. 내 이름도 검색해볼까? 광민선 톱받침? 광민선 각선미? 인기글은 내가 찾을 거야. 나이스! 감사합니다. e스포츠의 커뮤니티는 여기!
힘들어도
어려워도 이렇게 멈추면 내가 아니지.
오늘이 보여.
새로운 날을 만든다. 나의 레벨은 다르다.
어나더 레벨 핫6.
I've been coming up hot for a minute. Everybody let it drop when I'm in it. Everybody let it drop when I'm in it. I've been coming up hot for a minute.
어려워도 이렇게 멈추면 내가 아니지. 오늘이 모여 새로운 날을 만든다. 나의 레벨은 다르다. 어나더 레벨 핫6.
힘들어도
어려워도 이렇게 멈추면 내가 아니지.
오늘이 보여.
새로운 날을 만든다. 나의 레벨은 다르다.
어나더 레벨 핫6.
2022 Hot 6 GSL SuperTournament Season 1.
Yeah.
Welcome back, everybody. It's been a pretty crazy night so far, and I think it's going to get a little bit crazier because ByuN vs. Dark is coming up. ByuN, it's always exciting to see him playing well. And, you know, we did not see him pause the game. We did not see him complain about his wrist pain. And he's talked about how he thinks some of that might be like kind of in his mind. Is it psychosomatic? Is that the correct
Maybe.
term? I don't know.
Well,
I'm like paranormal activity. Is that what that's called? No, it's not.
well, it could be.
Yeah,
but
it could be.
We don't know, man.
Yeah.
Like,
Because our studio is haunted here.
ghosts are real.
Yeah. Did you see a pro gamer over there? That pro gamer's been dead for 30 years.
30 years.
No, but seriously, he has been playing well, and he's kind of playing like his old self, right? I mean, a lot of engagements, a lot of hyper-aggression, sometimes even questionable decision-making. But he's going up against Dark, and Dark really is the best of the best, along with Rogue, when it comes to amazing Zerg players. And I might disappoint some people by saying this, but I do think Dark is probably going to come out here with a 3-1 victory.
3-1 victory. Yeah, I could see that. Like, I mean, I'm not sure what ByuN is going to bring. He was saying during his interview in the last round that he would prefer to play Dark, even though he feels like his TVZ is his weakest. So I'm not sure why you would ask for that, because Dark is pretty insane. Yeah, I'm feeling Dark as well, Tasis.
Yeah, if the thing is, though, this whole tournament has kind of been centered around crazy upsets, so that would be pretty cool if ByuN actually came out on top. But even with all the upsets we've had so far, I think this one is really hard to wrap your head around. But I think we're going to have a better idea after we start Game 1 and see what ByuN's got in store for Dark here on Hardwire.
All right, yeah. I hope that ByuN did some good planning here. Sometimes his TVZ looks absolutely amazing. I'm hoping tonight is one of those nights because it's going to have to if he's going to take out Dark, our last Zerg in the tournament.
Oh, that's right. Think Zerg need to buff Artosis, is that what you're saying?
Fairly certain.
Yeah.
Fairly certain. I mean, we do have 2 good Zerg players in Korea, and they only win like 60% of the championships between them. So I think we need to bring that up a little bit.
You're saying that Bainley needs to do a little bit more damage. Got it. All right. Artosis' words, not mine.
Shopify Rebellion. ByuN. Dragon Phoenix Gaming. Dark.
So here's, let's do an over-under here, Tasteless. So when Dark starts making 100 Lings at a time to run Ling Bane towards the back of ByuN's base, I'll let you choose over-under on 90 drones. More or less than 90 drones. I think that's a good line to put it at.
That's a good question.
Because for me, I'm like, oh, it might be 88, but it could be 92.
Yeah, it could be. I'll go with under on this one.
Under?
Just because yeah.
Okay. Yeah, no, that's fair. That's fair.
I mean, one thing that's for sure going to be the case is the fact that ByuN is going to be in Dark's face the whole time. The problem is that when you get against players that are really solid, you know, with what they're trying to do, is sometimes they just sort of shut down everything, and then you get that aggro player looking kind of like a clown. You know, he's been trying to swing punches, and eventually, you know, doesn't have any hands or fingers left.
Yeah, no, I know what you mean by that, but and ByuN, I think you're probably right that he'll stay aggressive. But that being said, I want to say it was right before he went to military, because he did really well in like 2016 One's championships. Then he was up and down for a little bit.
Yeah,
and I'm trying to remember the exact date, but it was like right before he went to military. Yeah. He actually like reformed his TVZ and was playing some pretty awesome late game macro games where he went like mass tank and stuff.
That's true.
Yeah, I remember seeing some of those. So I hope there's some sort of blend there, because if he tries to only play aggressively, it's pretty hard to kill Dark. Dark is like probably the best late game Zerg player when he has less than 50 drones. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
he can manage that.
He's also just gotten to the point where he's able to power to this comical level. And we've seen Zergs do this before, where they kind of become economically abusive. And you were kind of alluding to that with the, you know, when will we go mass Baneling into planetaries and stuff like that? Yeah. Above 90 or below 90. Oh.
Wow, that was some good juking and jiving.
It's like suddenly the Reaper turns into an Adept Shade and then just stops and comes back out.
Yeah, that was kind of crazy. I thought the
it was
Zerglings actually had him, but then the Reaper like turned it into water and splashed on the floor, then reformed like that bad X-Men movie.
Yeah, like
he went through the bars of the cage.
It's like the T-1000 or whatever.
Now that would be a fun RTS unit. You can't ever trap it. Imagine putting that in Warcraft 3. What are they going to do against that, man? Surround that with all your little dudes?
It's called the Windwalk on the Blade Runner, man. Or Blade Walker, not Blade Runner, excuse me.
Yeah, that's true.
When they try to surround Grubby or Moon's Blade Runner. Or, no, it was a Blade Walker, right? Blade Walker. Blade Runner's a movie. I'm so bad.
Let's just
he doesn't know what he's talking about when he's
references.
trying to cast Star Wars over here. Sorry, guys. I'm handed my nerd card right now. Yeah, I've got my fingers crossed that we're going to have a good performance here from ByuN. We've had some really close games today.
Yeah. Surprisingly so, honestly. I think the Hero Maru series much better than I was anticipating. So, Banshee Hellion. Okay. See what ByuN can make happen here.
So he's going to be coming up, trying to take out some tumors, anything little that it can get away with. But again, Dark is so solid in these situations. He's going to be droning up for a while. I'm not surprised that Dark didn't do anything tricky or aggressive early on. I think he has to do the opposite of that. Even though we know that Dark a lot of times will do some kind of quick Roach Warren and try to take some fights. I think especially against ByuN, you need to really test where you are at defensively. Because if you can just shut down his attacks like you can pretty much all the other Terran players in the world, I don't think this is a complicated best of 5 for you.
Yeah, I would agree. There's double Evo relatively quickly here. I mean, double Evo at that time, I think it's going to be for Zerglings?
Yeah, 1-1 here.
Yeah, it should be. Yeah, there it is. Okay, so...
We've seen Dark play like this before, though.
Oh, he loves...
powering, lots of lings.
Yeah, he loves, like, the no Spire type plays.
Yeah, it's funny. He'll just have enough spores and queens that there really isn't anywhere on the map that you can kind of fly into. And, you know, the more orthodox approach to the matchup, as well as the approach to defending against medevac drops, is to just incorporate Mutalisks because they're good in big fights, but they all can also chase down medevacs, kill them off, and allow you to basically control the game that way. But it does seem like what Dark likes to do is just skip the tech and save the gas. Go mineral heavy into the spores, the queens.
There's his macro hatchery and everything, so it's definitely going to be pure Ling Bane.
And then you just fill it in with lings, and it can kind of make a fool out of some of these Terrans that are trying to be, comboing different attacks in different spots when they all get shut down, and you're just sitting on mass lings, and eventually when it's a Zerg's turn, you just come in and flood.
Yeah. The double Banshee comes up and gets 2 drones, is forced out immediately by the queens. Good amount of spores up here as well. Baneling Nest coming up. 4 hatcheries on the way right now.
Yeah, and this is, it's kind of a disgusting style, if I could just try to describe it myself, watching it happen.
Yeah.
It's, you just kind of keep forcing growth and kind of don't allow, the Banshees or the medevacs or anything to really, have an impact on the game. And so far, it seems to be working out pretty well. Now, we've seen ByuN pretty much respect this, by the way. I was a little bit worried we would see ByuN kind of run into situations where, like, Dark's just going to have more. And if it was any player other than Dark, ByuN might come out on top because he's so completely insane with his control. But so far, not the case. We're seeing a very restrained ByuN here.
Oh, 1-1 finishing up for both sides here. The Banshee's still going around a little bit.
Okay, that's a pretty big catch to force the cancel.
That's really annoying.
Terran could still get the money back, but to just, have to restart the clock on the structure being built is pretty good. Okay, we've got the first attack in over here. Now, Baneling speed is not done. Oh, but the Lings can come in here for the flank. And unfortunately, a lot of them get caught on the edge of that high ground structure. And so a big chunk are just bitten off by the Baneling attack.
Hydralisk Den coming up now. We'll see if he actually goes into Hydras, or like, is this just for Lurker tech?
Yeah, if I had to guess, I think it would probably be for some Lurker tech here.
Yeah, see the Hive gets started as well, so I think he is lining you up for that.
I think you basically...
normally, if you start with the 2 Evos that early, like... And he already made the Infestation Pit, so it wouldn't make too much sense to go into Hydras like after Infestation Pit. So ByuN right now filling in with some Hellbats. He did retain all of his Hellions from the early game. So that definitely can be helpful. Obviously Banelings do well against them, but they're kind of big, so they can absorb quite a bit.
Okay, this is pretty good control here from ByuN. I especially like the Hellbat ending up there on the ramp. Makes the Banelings unable to access this part here. But, the issue is Zerg is just not slowing down. Growth is getting completely out of control economically here. We've got a sizable Terran army. I mean, he's got Hellbats. He's got a lot of Marines and medevacs. But, Terran is occupying a pretty insignificant part of the map. Now, some of this is just how the matchup works. But, again, we basically not see Terran into what is almost now the 10-minute mark, make a single scratch on the Zerg.
Yeah, that is true. He's pushed back creep a little bit. He's killed like 3 drones or something, 2 drones.
Yeah, that's...
And, I mean, this is a lot of bases for Dark to have already.
And when we start to get the Lurker tech out here, then you can always counterattack with Ling Baneling, and you can always hold your bases with the Lurkers. It's a lot more complicated for a Terran to try to break through an array of Lurkers.
honest, for sure. A lot of Marauders and Marines being produced right now. 2-2 is almost done on both sides. Quite a few mines are out as well. At least somewhat helpful. And he is getting some Hydra upgrades. Like I think it's good to have them, but it still seems like it should be going into Lurker relatively soon here.
The little Baneling attacks coming in here at the bottom are reducing some of the workers down there. And by the way, you know, we were talking about this earlier. Tosis Dark at 84 workers right now. Continuing to come in here. Beautiful surround here by Dark.
Yeah. Well, ByuN gets away with actually most of it there. Those Marauders being kind of heroic at the front. Cases, you haven't won yet, though. It hasn't been 100 lings in production as of yet. He's only making 40 to 50 at a time.
Now, the issue is even when ByuN has a pretty good fight, the Zerg has so many bases now that you could just, you know, do a mineral and gas sink back into more Banelings. And if you keep trading in, you know, eventually you've also grown behind this. And it's just, it's tough for the Terran to deal with.
+3 armor on the way here for ByuN. ByuN has been starting his armor upgrades before his attack upgrades every time. I don't know why I've noticed that, but I wonder if it's on purpose. Okay, a little drop into the main base. That gets cleaned up very, very quickly.
Yeah, and again, the Spores alone allow it to be enough of a threat in combination with the Queens here.
ByuN, by the way, is like, he's sitting here maxed out, and he is just playing straight up Marine Marauder Mine Medevac here against Lingbane Hydra, which can be a bit difficult. It's something we've seen Maru do effectively, but not too many other Terrans. And it feels like he's doing a reasonable job. He's trying to snipe this hatch. He does get it, and will actually get out with quite a bit. Not bad.
Yeah, that's a pretty big victory. Really the first victory, I think, here for ByuN that has a lot of substance here versus Dark, is to take out one of these bases where he was soaking up minerals and gas from. And he gets out with the majority of his stuff. Now the Zerg tech is getting more dangerous here. You know, we've got Lurker tech coming, we've got Vipers in play.
Yeah, that's going to be a lot better for him. ByuN does have his 4 bases up. I see a couple command centers there being made, so definitely going to try to expand a little bit more. Ghost Academy coming up. We don't see anything else to help deal with Lurkers, though, and you know, that could end up being a bit of a problem. Like, is he going to go mass factories at that point? Is it possibly is he just going to try to rely on Bio and Ghosts? That can be really hard against lots of Lurkers.
Yeah, that can be tough. You know, the Lings and Hydras coming in here now. Oh, I like that he burrows a bunch of those down there. Looks like these Banelings are going to just coast right by that Widow Mine. Pretty good splitting here from ByuN, to be honest.
Yeah. Oh, he's being pretty efficient, I think, like overall against a lot of these Ling Bane attacks. Okay. But it is getting a little bit scary right now. ByuN's income is still very, very good. He's on those 4 bases. But it feels like, you know, he no longer has any real map control here.
Yeah, and now we got to see how these attacks down here are going to do. I don't think this is going to be enough from the Zerg. Oh, I see. He wants to just try to Baneling into the SCVs. And this is actually a pretty good trade right here. To come and you take out 8 SCVs and you go back and start to muster up a larger army. Now, Lurkers are in play, but honestly, ByuN has kind of carved out this center-left location here pretty effectively. I mean, the Zerg doesn't really have any creep here in the center-left.
Yeah.
Honestly, he's basically pushed Zerg back to his that fourth upper sliver of the map.
And Dark is still trying to expand in that direction. ByuN going to keep some pressure on towards there, but with Lurkers now, this is where I get a little bit nervous about ByuN's composition overall.
Well, if the Lurkers aren't in very high numbers, they can be sniped like we saw back there. And whenever you see a couple Lurkers go down, it's a pretty big blow for the Zerg, no doubt.
Yeah, coming up here to the side once again. He starts +3 attack now finally. Does have that +3 armor done. I mean, he's not switching his unit set. So it seems like this is the plan from ByuN, is to just keep the pressure on with mass bio. I'm worried about it though, because if Dark realizes that, like, oh wait, he's not adding any tanks, he's not adding anything else, he can just go like slightly heavier Lurker kind of lurk everything up, and that it's like you can't really attack into it.
Yeah, I mean, you're completely correct. I mean, it's a very hard position to actually try to break into. ByuN is, I think, honestly playing a really good game here. Like, I'm pretty amazed considering how well Dark has played against so many other players using this kind of style that he's kind of held everywhere.
Yeah.
And, you know, I think if Dark slips up in one or two of these attacks, the momentum from ByuN might be too much. But to what you were talking about earlier, Artosis, was, you know, there's a number of lurkers out now. It's been a little bit of a quiet game here, so, you know, for the last minute or two. So there's going to be a lot more Banes ready to go. And Terran doesn't have that many spots that are of value. So even if, like, Terran loses one of these bases, the third or the fourth, he's going to be low, right?
Yeah.
Terran is not in a position where Terran has all of the bottom and Zerg has all of the top, right?
Yeah.
Zerg has been fought back to some extent, but Terran hasn't grown into the map in the way we might expect someone like Maru to or TY in the past, where they can kind of hold their own against the Zerg.
Nice snipes come out as he's trying to break down the rocks with these lurkers.
Yeah, actually, I mean, really good free shots there on the lurkers, to be honest. I think he could basically just go up there and kill these other two now.
Yeah, absolutely. Starts to engage, but oh my god, so many Ling
so
Bane
much
Hydra
more.
lurker coming in. Oh my god.
Yeah, way more above the screen than we realized. Excuse us. Does not succeed with some of these pickups. And that was a big ground victory there. And now there's really nowhere to actually unload these units. So they stay in the air while the Zerg continue to decimate the ground. They're going to come in here to the natural. This is kind of a funny spot to attack into. But I guess if Zerg can control this area here, it's going to be pretty easy to take out the other two bases that Terran has. Oh, I'm sorry, other three bases.
Yeah, and he's actually just erasing everything here. Some more snipes will end up going down. The attacking units of ByuN actually stimming and running back home to try to help out. But this situation is dire indeed. ByuN with almost nothing left over. All of his bases are falling. His army is a lot smaller now.
Yeah, I mean, he does take this out, but I don't know, man. Some of these bases are very exposed. I mean, look at this one here. There's nothing to save these SCVs. The Banelings come in from each side along with the other Lings. Clear that out. 43 SCVs have been killed. And even though this army from ByuN's not bad, I don't think it's going to be enough to actually take this on.
No, he just blew up the command center as well, so it's like 20 SCVs against 81 drones right now.
It's crazy to see this style from Dark that's just so strong.
Yeah, and he's super good at it. But look, this game actually reminded me a lot of the Terran versus Protoss games that we watch, right?
Sure.
Where the Terran looks like they're doing very, very good with mass bio everywhere, pressuring all angles, but they never make an army that can actually engage what their opponent is making.
Right, and eventually there's going to be these super units that come in. GG, Dark,
and you saw that there. You saw that there.
The lurkers are finally out, and it's like it's really hard to actually kind of force your way into a fight.
Yeah, we don't have like any siege tanks. It's not, you know, we don't really have any sort of setup that can punish this. Whereas, you know, as soon as Dark actually brings his army together and goes, everything breaks.
It's kind of wild.
Yeah.
I think ByuN did okay, though. I really do. But yeah, he wasn't able to get into this like split map. Let's drag the game out. Let's get lots of ghosts. Let's kind of make it impossible for anything to work anywhere. He basically was stuck in his quadrant of the map. Zerg had a little bit around half the map there. And, you know, from there, Dark had already soaked up enough of the resources that really it's very easy to buy your way out of that situation.
Yeah. Tough game there for ByuN, but he looked good for a good portion of it. Maybe if he can get a little bit of damage in another game, he can finish Dark off.
It's possible, man. We're going to go to game 2 now and see if that's the case. ByuN vs. Dark continues on.
Shopify Rebellion. ByuN.
We're not going to... What?
This is too important, Tasteless. He's making
a
wall! Maybe it's a command center first build? Like one of those ones where you go command center and then wall with the Raxes?
Maybe. I think it's a welcome
Or
strat.
it could be like one of these 3 Rax Reaper builds where you have the wall too.
Oh, that's possible. I hadn't thought of that.
Yeah, there's a gas, and I think if it's down here, it's likely to be at least 2 Rax Reaper.
I think another SCV is coming down right now to build just that. And you said you think it might be 3 racks?
It's possible. I've seen with these walls, people go for the 3 racks occasionally. Now, the only thing that makes me nervous about this type of build is he's at top left instead of bottom right. So if Dark, who is someone known for going roaches quite often, goes for that, add-ons are not an option. Because the add-ons are almost in Dark's natural.
They're almost in his natural.
Yeah, they're very,
I mean, it's
close.
a good point. You know, positionally, this doesn't complement getting Terran add-ons. This does remind me of ByuN, like trying to channel. What year did he become the world champion? 2016, right? Okay. Channel that 2016 energy here.
Yeah.
With some Reaper play. I don't know how well this is going to work. I'm a little bit worried that Dark is going to step on this like a puny bug, but let's see. You know, the issue when you do builds like this is the Reaper's like a funny unit because I think it, you know, when people first saw it before the game was out, it's like, oh, wow, what is that going to be able to do? That looks pretty good. But it's basically been whittled down to this unit that can barely do anything after the first couple minutes. So you need to really get damage in right away here.
Oh. Yeah. Well, that's a good thing in a lot of ways. If you remember all the different Reapers, like at the beginning of the game, it was so unbelievably broken.
It was literally just Reapers kiting
it's 5
forever.
racks Reaper, just always. And but yeah, ByuN actually is a big part of why Reapers aren't that useful. Because he was just so good with them.
He was so dominant. He was doing these strats like nobody else could even do, but it would work when he did it. And so he's kept both Reapers alive. That's important. Once we see 1 or 2 Reapers die, there's no more momentum.
Oh, he popped 2 Marines and hit them to the side, and now he brings them up to try to snipe the Overlord. I think he brought them maybe too soon, or maybe it just turned around. So he's
kind of a cool idea.
Yeah, I like that idea a lot.
So I actually was not paying attention to what was on the Terran side of the map. I actually thought there were just more and more Reapers coming. So he's got, you know, the wall-in up here. He's got the command center about to finish. The Reapers really haven't done that much.
But they got like 2 drones. 2 drones for some lings.
Wow, they get away again. Not bad.
I'm down. They did all right. It's an interesting build because he didn't make more than the 2 Reapers. He made 2 Reapers, then he made 4 Marines. He kills an Overlord. He gets a couple drones. This is not a bad opening. I rather like this.
Yeah, let's see what kind of game it's going to bring us.
That dog, get out of the way.
This is the dog map, dude. You get your own
that
doggo.
Dog's a lot smarter than my dog, man. I go to sit on the couch, and I hear, oh no, Rusty, oh. What are you doing there? I did once, yeah. Poor little guy.
Cloak and Banshee coming. And did he end up getting the add-ons out here? No, so, you know, I feel like eventually he's going to have something come here. Right? You can't just not get add-ons, right? That's not a thing.
You don't need stim in combat
There
shields.
it is.
I guess he's got a good amount of units now. He's feeling fine, especially with the Banshee coming out. Those things I was talking about aren't going to come into play.
Banling's Nest started, but this could just be him going through a normal build order.
You know, yeah.
It's not like it's an unusual time. Like, what is he up to?
But also, wouldn't it be cool if he goes Ling Bane and blows up the add-ons while they're trying to get stim?
That would be epic.
That would be cool.
That would be a welcome play, for sure. I mean, obviously, that thought has to cross Dark's mind.
I don't know. It's such a weird situation, though, right? 4 spores coming up.
I mean, we'll see if he makes Banelings right away, because there's not a real need to make Banelings right now. There's not a real threat of Terran. Well, hold on. Hellion's coming out across the map.
Yeah, good amount of Marines as well. That's a lot of damage output,
but
actually.
There's no medevacs with this, so you can't pick up. And he went for Banshee. So you have to be careful with unit comps like this, because you might be able to get some damage, but if you get into trouble, you can't really get away. They're just going to do this pilgrimage around that giant green thing.
Yeah. Oh. Bad flick there. We're going to hurt this spawning pool.
Yep, he hates that.
We're going to hurt that spawning pool like we've been hurt. Yeah, he's not actually finding any real damage.
This is the thing, is he has this kind of unusual unit composition, and I'm not really sure what he's supposed to be able to get away with here. And the thing is, if he commits to this and he loses it, he's like completely behind, and I think Dark has an easy game.
No, you don't want
so like he's just sort of sitting around outside of his base.
Yeah, it's a funny group of units.
And you know, as time passes, I think Zerg just becomes more and more immune to whatever this was intended to do.
Well, he almost has stim. Do you push in at stim and target Banes and try to rely on those Hellbats?
Maybe. I mean, you better have perfect control. It is ByuN we're talking about, so it looks like it's going to be that time. Stim just now finishes. The Queens are kind of making it a little bit tough now for these.
You can't attack that. Let's be realistic, Tasteless. You can't. You can't.
So many
that.
Queens here.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is a weird TVZ. It's a build order that, you know, was kind of hard to follow when it started out. And I don't know where it's really brought us in this game. I mean, this is just not a threat. Now with Link's speed, he's like, what's up? This is, we call Zergen.
Oh, that's unfortunate. Okay.
Well, I mean, that's what Terran had built up to into the game, and it's gone now for pretty much no cost.
Yeah, he has his third base up, so I guess there's that. He does have 1-1 finishing pretty soon, although +1 carapace was very quick from Dark. Hydralisk Den on the way, so that's looking more like Lingbane Hydra to me in that last game.
Well, I don't think he came into this game planning this. I think this is a response from wiping the army.
Yeah, maybe.
So I think you kill off an army like that and you go, okay, Lingbane Hydra, let's actually DPS down the third base and just win.
Yeah, if you're ahead like this, that seems like it's not a bad choice.
So, I mean, is there more that Terran can do here? I just worry because of that weird unit comp setup that just didn't do anything. You know, when you get to the pro level games, if you really just lose all your stuff and you've made no trades with it, you know, you haven't gotten ahead in some other way, it's kind of hard, especially against Dark, to see somebody winning here.
Yeah. A little Ling counterattack does get pushed back by Springs and a Banshee. Ooh. Another little attempted run by.
Yeah.
Still get a little bit of damage.
It's going to get combat shields. Maybe not. Maybe he has to pull away.
Trying to get some damage here. This is such a small push. Like, the siege tanks are very well placed, no doubt.
Oh, no. 6 SCVs go down.
It doesn't feel like anything is going particularly well for ByuN here.
Yeah, it's got some of the... like on the surface level, you see tanks out here and Marines, but we have not seen even like the start of a threat, really.
Yeah, and now this comes. Well, he does not have what he needs to stop this attack.
Well, I think the Terran got so far behind that now the Zerg doesn't really have to respect anything. Even this attack over here, it's like
it's not even an
it's
attack.
not even in range of anything that matters.
There's like a hornet nest near Dark's house. He doesn't really care. If he doesn't bother it, it won't bother him.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, there's no way to do any kind of real damage, and so you see kind of nothing happening on either side here for ByuN. The defense isn't there. Dark attacks there with impunity. He sets up positions like this, and they never even get in range of attacks that are now going to be wiped out. This game's over, man.
Yeah, all of ByuN's attacks seem to have been ineffectual.
I think he just kills him now.
Well, yeah. GG?
GG. Okay, guys, sorry, that was, you know what? That was my favorite StarCraft 2 game of all time. All right?
It was, like...
that was rough.
There were some interesting ideas out of ByuN, but none of them really came to fruition. It's, like, he couldn't put the pressure on. The Baneling Nest, I think, was quicker than he expected.
Well, also, like, how often do we really see people go double racks like that and then be like, aha, Marines. For a while with no add-ons, where it's like, okay, you actually have to get add-ons in this game.
Yeah.
It's one of the more predictable things. And maybe if you're going to like do some kind of an all-in, all right, then let's make some stuff. But it's like, yeah, you made Marines to catch an Overlord. I'm like, this is not...
Well, I think also, like, I think he was aiming to do damage with the Marine Hellbat push, with the with the Banshee there, or the couple of Banshees, like, I think that if that was against just Ling Queen, maybe that is something that has real potential to injure Dark. But Dark made the Baneling Nest quickly enough that there was really no issue at any point. Like, he was completely safe all the time. Like, you have these Marines that don't have combat shields, they don't have stim, and he has, like, a handful of Banelings with his Ling Queen, and you're not going to do anything.
There's nothing that, if he has enough Banes, there's nothing you can do. And it's not a new idea. It's a pretty old theme in StarCraft 2, to be honest, where if you know, slow units on a map versus fast units on a map, the moment that fight goes sideways for you, you can't get out. Mm-hmm. And that's what we had. We had Hellbats, we have Marines coming up here, and it's like, all right, now he's got Speedlings, he's got Banelings. He kind of wavered outside the base for a while, where it seems like in any normal StarCraft 2 game, the moment that those units get there, immediately you attack, right? It has to be hinged on getting in there and doing damage before they have whatever they need to defend. So, like, he just sort of sat out there with clearly an army that's not going to be good against, anybody who's comfortable stopping making drones and getting the other stuff they need. And I almost feel like we saw ByuN really do a big reach there. Do you see what I'm saying strategically?
Yeah.
Like, he did okay in game 1 and then said, all right, I don't want to play like that anymore. Let me try something crazy and see if this works, and it completely backfired.
Yeah, it did backfire. Trying to get early damage against these top Zergs can backfire quite often.
Sure.
Because as soon as you're not teching quickly, not macroing quickly, not getting those upgrades quickly, then suddenly you're just behind because Zerg can get into all the bases and drones that they really need. So we'll see if he can do a bit better here on Glittering Ashes. Dark looking for that 3-0. Is he going to be able to move on? Our only Zerg in this round of 8.
Yeah, I mean, I've got my fingers crossed that ByuN can come back. I'm not as confident, though, especially after that game. It was a very questionable game from ByuN.
Yeah, both games it did look like Dark was a step above.
A lot of signs that strategically ByuN didn't really have an answer to how Dark plays.
Yeah.
We're going to go to Glittering Ashes and see if that's what ByuN turns into.
Game starts. Shopify Rebellion. ByuN. Dragon Phoenix Gaming. Dark.
Well, good luck, ByuN.
Feels like he's going to need it.
I hate talking like this because it is kind of a bummer, but it really did seem like that last game he didn't have confidence, so he's like, I got this weird thing that I do sometimes, and it's beat some good players, and people don't really do it, so let me try this.
Sure. Well, hey, that's, that is something that we see when you're playing against some of these top Zergs where you feel like you need to kill drones early on to have a chance.
Or you need to take control of the game in some way.
Yeah.
And, yeah, I mean, that just didn't work. Maybe he's used to doing a little bit more damage with the Reapers or the other players overreacting to that. And then, because of those small miscalculations on that side, then later on this push comes in and surprises the other player and he wins there. It does seem like you're supposed to be pocketing the Hellions as kind of like a surprise when they come out with the rest of that.
Oh, you mean with the Bioforce?
Yeah. And then you have the Hellbats and
sure.
I don't know. It just didn't look like an even game whatsoever.
Well, we'll see what he has planned for us here. Looks like a pretty standard Reaper expansion. Dark's build not looking weird at all.
And I don't think Dark's build has to look unusual or weird either. I think he probably, in his head and his heart, knows he's better than ByuN right now. He's feeling it more and more with each passing game. And probably thinking to himself, I just got to play a clean series. You know what I mean? I don't need to really take risks here. I don't need to be super creative. I just need to not miss any beats.
Yeah. Right, Reaper comes in. We have the reactor and factory going up at home for ByuN, so looking pretty standard so far. Good Reaper micro as always.
Now, does ByuN go back into something that looks a little bit more like Game 1, or does he have more weird stuff that he could try to pull off? Nothing so far is going to give away what his plans are yet.
Very standard, actually. He starts the 3rd CC. So it's reactor to Hellion 3rd CC, which is, I mean, this is, every Terran knows this build.
Yeah, so he's... Oh, that's unusual.
Yeah, that is a little bit.
Oh, and look at Dark. He smiled. He's like,
and his Overlord gets away.
Yeah, that's when you know things are working out. It's like, all right, I'm up 2-0.
It's almost time to make a swarm host stasis.
Yeah. And he's already made 2 pretty huge errors.
Okay, so yeah, I mean, ByuN's build is good. Let's see if he can follow this up with the macro required. Ro.8 coming up.
Now, you know, with the Ro.8 coming here, maybe there is a kind of timing attack he wants to do with this.
Sometimes for Dark?
Yeah, do you think there's maybe something he could try to come in here and hit him with?
I'm trying to think of something. Like, no, I think ByuN can't be hurt. Like,
just with the
Ro.8
is alone, the Roaches can't do anything. I just wonder if there's, you know, with a 3cc.
It is a 3cc. If he had gone earlier Ro.8, it could have been one of those games where, like, you kill a lot of SCVs, but
the Banshee barely gets out, it chases him away, and you're like, I don't care, I'm already drawing.
Yeah, but it's the Ro.8, it almost looks just like a safety Ro.8.
It's kind of like the Baneling's Nest, where sometimes you make it, it's like, well, I don't need to make Banelings yet, but if I do, I have this thing.
Well, he makes 7 Roaches. He does have Zergling speed already. 8 Roaches, okay. All
right, maybe he is going to do something here.
But with Banshees, I don't think he gets anything done.
But did he see the Banshees being made earlier? I wasn't actually watching for that.
No, I believe not.
So with 9 Roaches, I think he either wants to attack or thinks he's about to be attacked. And with every Link Scout, I think he's definitely
going
thinking he's going to, he's going to attack in here.
Yeah. But as soon as you see this, you bring your Banshees, and it's like, okay, so 16 Lings being made. So Dark is actually doing a very aggro build here. Like, he's going for the attack, but between Hellions, like, slowing down the Lings and Banshees coming out, like, he'll have his 2nd Banshee before this gets here.
But if he has enough to break down, well, I guess there's not even a wall in yet, but, you know, there might be one started up when he gets over here. If he can crack this open and just, you know, chase SCVs away and do all that, I mean, that could be pretty big here.
This is worst case scenario, though. 2 Banshees? Like, look at how quickly he's popping everything. He's not going to take any damage.
Yeah.
He's like going to be way far ahead.
He's going to come up here and try to get these SCVs and trying to get some connections over there. And yeah, this is held. So, I mean, the attack does come out. Actually, 8 SCVs is pretty good, but, you know, you lose all those Roaches and Ravagers in the process. The layer starts up now.
Yeah, he's got 3 commands, so, like, even if you kill 20 there, he's going to refill reasonably quickly. With 3 command centers, the economy of ByuN is going to explode at this point. He's got his double eBay up before double Evo, so that's really good. And, yeah, I really like his position. Just, you know, it's kind of funny, because Dark turns on the aggression there. He's not entirely sure what's going on, and ByuN is kind of doing just a very safe, very straightforward macro game. And blocks it perfectly.
And, I mean, this is a really good sign for ByuN here. I mean, I'm not saying ByuN, like, is massively in the lead, but the attack that Dark did, clearly it was a miscalculation or a lack of intel, because you're right, 2 Banshees, he gets there, it's like, yeah, these kill Ravagers pretty fast.
They really do.
I hope I can dodge your biles, lol. But now we've got ByuN on a 3rd base, so I mean things are kind of setting up. We do see the 1-1 upgrades coming right now for Dark over here, but it looks like ByuN may be moving out. Oh, maybe not actually. I'm sorry, he's kind of parked outside. We're not getting a shot of his army, but it's there. There it is. So okay, he is going to move out, and this is going to be headed towards the 4th base that Dark has. It's in the 9 o'clock spot.
A lot of Roaches being made. He is getting melee attack, so...
Now, is this attack too soon here for Terran? I mean, I know upgrades are pretty far out here for the Zerg, but, you know, we don't have that big of a Terran army. Oh my god, and he gets in. You can see 1 depot shuts, but it's not the one that he needs. He didn't do it in time. And with this big counterattack here, he's going to force these SCVs to run. He's pulled the army back. He's bought time. Nicely done.
That is nice. That stalls everything out that ByuN was trying to do pressure-wise and gets a little bit of damage. So very solid. Dark going to get that 4th base droned up, it looks like. A lot of Lings, Ravagers, Roaches coming out. Baneling Nest just now starting.
Yeah, the Ling attack did keep the Terran back for a little bit, but I do think that, you know, ByuN is building up pretty nicely. Got another factory coming down now. And, I mean, let's see if this push could do that much. I don't feel like he has that many medevacs over his army. Am I wrong about that? I feel like we're seeing
he
like
doesn't
one.
have too many. Yeah.
So, again, you know, when there's no medevacs, things like tanks get surrounded.
Does
and,
he really only have 1 medevac?
Dude, I swear I'm not seeing medevacs at least.
2.
Okay, he has 2 there, but still, that's a very low number, right?
Yeah.
That can't even pick up everything that's on the ground right now. So, you know, I do worry that if he starts to take a fight and it's one that he can't win, that he's just going to get clobbered. You know,
This
he'll
is
be able to
definitely
take,
one he can't win.
yeah, see, and so he can pick up that much, maybe a little bit more than that. But you see what I'm saying? I mean, without enough medevacs, and this is one of the things about going for Banshees, or, you know, you get anything that's not medevacs out early, that medevac count stays low, and then you don't have a lot of map presence.
Well, right now, ByuN is getting ready for a 4th base. He does have his 2nd factory, getting that vehicle weapons, so maybe going to transition into siege tanks a little bit more heavily, whereas Dark seems to be heading towards like a Ling Bane composition, even though we see a good amount of Roach Ravager here. That's just kind of some muscle to help him out since he didn't have the right production or economy for pure Ling Bane. He's very good at fighting with that type of unit set. It's like one of his superpowers.
Dark continues to grow out on the map. And is getting to the point of almost being maxed out here. Oh, tries to target that down. That's too bad. I see the idea.
Yeah.
Wanted to just get the snipe. Maybe a little bit too greedy there from ByuN.
A little bit.
You know,
He almost got it.
You explode the hatchery and you're so ahead, but then you lose a fight like that, and, you know, it's hard to have that much of a presence on the map anywhere. Now, this map is one where, like, it's kind of easy to stay in this sliver of the map that Terran's on. But besides the base at 3 o'clock, you start to run out of bases that are on high ground. And it can be kind of like trying to get off of an island if the Zerg has enough creep everywhere.
I like the Ultralis Cavern coming up, but, I mean, there are a lot of siege tanks being created. ByuN with a very scary army right now. He does have 2-2 against 1-1.
Ooh, did he commit too hard?
I think
Oh,
he's all right.
He whiffed with the corrosive bile there. 1 bile landing next to the tanks.
The upgrade advantage is pretty significant right now, but that is going to be cleaned up a little bit here as Melee and Carapace 2 are both finishing.
And he's going to keep trying to leapfrog these tanks over here. Again, I just worry Zerg's just going to have too much here. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, those blinding
Beautifully
clouds
done.
coming out.
Yeah, muting the tanks over here and killing every single one of them. And I don't see a real reason for Zerg to stop moving out. I mean, he just keeps winning. He's going to swallow up this entire army up here. And it is just going to be chaos here inside the Terran side of the map. A lot more Lings coming out here. 58 more in production as Bane stretch out, trying to connect on top of these SCVs.
Yeah, he does
And
kill
they
some.
do.
He does kill some. ByuN, though, still has 67 SCVs, not too bad. Those Banshees still complete years. I'd love to see just the kill counts on those things. They've defended everything for him so far.
It would be an interesting stat to see. Because they've been here since the very beginning. And they're always firing in these fights. But I don't know, dude. It's just, it's hard to see a base being wiped out here for Dark. I mean, Dark is, you know, more than double the size of the Terran now on the map.
Well, this one's his furthest out one. It's like so close to ByuN. He does drop in, but can't quite get it.
Well, the creep is so well connected, you know, Lings and Ravagers just get there in time.
The map's what, like 40% creep right now?
Yeah, it's pretty wild. The Spore dueling the Banshees.
Little drop here, does have to zoom out. That one has 7 kills.
That's
We never
way
saw.
less.
Maybe the other one had like 15 kills.
Maybe the other ones always had their second, their missile hit second.
Yeah.
Killing workers.
That happens. like how you finish all my joke stasis.
That's why my kill count's so high. Okay, this is not exactly the most ideal angle to attack into, but let's see how much damage he can actually do here. I mean, these Banes are just continuing to deal damage. And look, it wasn't exactly the most favorable trade, but you know, you get a Zerg that's this rich, he can kind of pick and choose his fights as he sees fit.
Yeah, his income is really, really high right now. 3.8K per minute. So that is an insane amount of lings that he can be producing. Starting some ultras as well, but this is a Marauder heavy, siege tank heavy army. So he definitely can put some damage out against those ultras as well.
But lots of banelings coming in with that though. You know, even though Marauders are pretty good against Marauders and tanks, you get a high enough number of this, and they can kind of negate all these features the units have against each other. And here we go, another big attack in here.
Yeah, those parasitic bombs on the medevacs reducing that count just brilliantly.
Man, that tank in the bottom goes down. Just a few remaining units over here, and these ultras might be just tough enough they can start to pick off these other units. And again, there's going to be, I don't know how many lings are going to be made right now from this, but we're seeing the number build up rapidly. And that was most of the sophisticated tech for Terran. That was most of the tanks. I don't know how many medevacs were killed, I didn't see, but there's going to be a number where, it's going to be like the Zerg's just bowling for Terrans at this point in time with the Banelings, He's got so many more Banes that he can remake at the snap of a finger, and he's just going to look at a base and start sending them in there.
Yeah. Drilling Claws coming up for ByuN, so maybe a different plan in his head, but it might be too late for that.
Yeah, I think we're past that transitioning point. There it is, GG. Dark takes game number 3.
Yeah, the 3-0.
In the spirit of day 2 of the Super Tournament, we had a 3-0.
More like in the spirit of day 1, where we had 2 3-2s and then a 3-0.
That's right.
Yeah, so honestly, ByuN looked just a bit outclassed in this matchup. It doesn't feel like he has a chance against Dark right now. He's definitely going to have to clean that matchup up at least, even though his TVT did look really good already in the tournament. But yeah, that felt rather one-sided.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, well,
it never looked like ByuN was going to be able to kill him. Like, he actually put up a pretty good-looking fight in Game 1, but it didn't feel like there was potential for killing.
And he had cool builds, but they just turned out to be obsolete. Guys, the final match for tonight's games is coming up after this short break. We will be right back.
If you leave me to my own device, I never have to compromise. The city is like a jungle, gotta make it mine. Put my fears right out of sight. Beat the hustle, better get it right. In a game where the strong survive. Only the strong survive. Your chains will not hold me down. The break and fall to the ground. Can't tame these lions inside. The power is raining like thunder, ready for a fight. These lions inside. These lions inside. These lions inside. These lions inside. I had to learn to be the hero. I started on a heaven zero. In a city like a jungle, I had to get mine. Never give, you gotta take. Be the catapult to storm the gates. Cause the champion is never giving in. See you through till the end of days. Till the end of days. Your chains will not hold that they're walking ain't cutting through their skin. They're hunting down their prey to the bitter end. The ground that they're walking ain't cutting through their skin. They're hunting down their prey to the bitter end. The ground that they're walking ain't cutting through their skin. They're hunting down their prey. Let the games begin. Your chains will not hold me down. Break and fall to the ground. Can't tame these lions inside. The power is raining like thunder, ready for a fight. These lions.
I'll be coming up hot for a minute. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. I'll be coming up hot for a minute.
어려워도 이렇게 멈추면 내가 아니지. 오늘이 모여 새로운 날을 만든다. 나의 레벨은 다르다. 어나더 레벨 핫식스.
오, 커뮤니티. 내 이름도 검색해볼까? 광민선 톱받침? 광민선 각선미? 인기글은 내가 찾을 거야. 나이스! 감사합니다. e스포츠의 커뮤니티는 여기!
힘들어도
어려워도 이렇게 멈추면 내가 아니지.
오늘이 보여.
새로운 날을 만든다. 나의 레벨은 다르다. 어나더 레벨 핫식스.
I'll be coming up hot for a minute. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. I'll be coming up hot for a minute.
어려워도 이렇게 멈추면 내가 아니지. 오늘이 모여 새로운 날을 만든다. 나의 레벨은 다르다. 어나더 레벨 핫식스.
힘들어도
어려워도 이렇게 멈추면 내가 아니지.
오늘이 보여.
새로운 날을 만든다. 나의 레벨은 다르다. 어나더 레벨 핫식스.
2022 Hot 6 GSL SuperTournament Season 1.
What's that sound? Is that the air raid?
What?
You didn't hear it?
No.
It's part of the song where there's an air raid siren.
Oh, okay.
I gotta go. You're gonna cast us alone, Artosis. I'm sorry, everybody. Guys, Creator versus Zoun coming up now. Now, Creator is, been playing out of his mind lately.
Yeah.
I know, we tend to repeat ourselves here because we have, a lot of the same players over and over again, but, Creator has been this tragic figure of GSL. Never really rising to the heights that he, had dreamed of or hoped for. And he's been very hard on himself, but, it's a new year, it's a new opportunity to try something out and see, what this year has to offer. And I'll tell you what, he played amazingly in the round of 16. Maybe he can do it here in the round of 8.
Yeah, he just looked better than Solar, and that was awesome to see. I'm really happy for him to finally be showing some results here as well. In 4 years of Super Tournaments, this is his first round of 8. But he's going up against someone that has been so strong in Super Tournament, as you can see. Look at that, 2 runner-ups and a round of 8. And those runner-ups were against like Trap, so that's a tough one. I mean, he's not Hero. What do you expect? But yeah, it's going to be a tough one for Creator. I think that Zoun is certainly favored.
Certainly.
But and Zoun is playing well again. He had a couple rough tournaments. But he's looking strong again, and I'm feeling that he can do it. He can do it here. He can get into that round of 4.
I mean, Zoun is definitely, in the new era of great players, and it's been a lot of fun kind of seeing how he approaches this, but let's just not give up on Creator just yet. We're going to start this out on the map Hardwire for this final best of 5 in the round of 8. When we come back on Thursday, it's going to be the round of 4 in the finals, baby. We will have finished yet another Super Tournament.
Yeah. Oh, man. I feel like I just finished a super tournament.
You did.
So there was some taller and handsomer than you here.
This is the do-over one.
Who knew more about Protoss?
It's good to be back.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, let's get this going, man. I want to see how Creator can play. You know, Zoun is a very good opponent. To be honest, at this point in time for Creator's career, it's like no matter who he faces off against, he's kind of the underdog, you know, and really has to perform well, but maybe he can keep riding that momentum as we go into this best of 5, which is ready to start right now.
Game starts. Team NV, Creator. Alpha X, Zoun.
So immediately Creator sends his probe out to scout. No scout yet. Oh, maybe there is. Excuse me. He's going to scout a little bit later here. Zoun is.
Yeah, this could be a an interesting one for like how they're both going to try to approach it, right? Like, for instance, if you look at Hero versus Trap, Trap certainly considered the best Protoss in the world for last year and a half, something like that.
For sure, he's been at the forefront of everything Protoss.
Yeah, and then Hero comes in and, you know, may recognize that, may not recognize that, but mixes it up in such a way that he's able to just take him down. Now, here's my big question for these two. Does one of these guys, or both of them, see themselves as the underdog? Or do both of them think that they're better than the other player? Because that can really dictate how you play a PvP, right?
Yeah, there's a bit of a mind game going on, or you know, trying to sense out what the other guy is kind of more inclined to do or predisposed to do behaviorally in a game.
Yeah.
And then you could try to play around that. Now, that being said, you are allowed to try to, you know, really play a straight-up PvP and just try to identify everything they're doing, but that's hard.
That's actually
very,
like the hardest thing to do.
out of all the matchups, that's the toughest one to do it in, I would say. So, I don't know. I mean, Creator's honestly offered a lot of different styles in the game since he's been around for so long. He's never been like, he's almost harder to put your finger on than like even, you know, a Zest or a Stats or something like that. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, oh yeah, for sure.
Like he's really he's worn many Protoss hats.
Yeah.
I think in trying to find his own handle on the game.
Yeah, he has certainly tried different ways of doing things. I like that, by the way. The probe stopped there, so he can't build the pylon inside. He has to build it down bottom. But yeah, you're definitely not wrong. It's just got a funny shaped head, maybe. Just waiting for that right hat.
The right hat to just fit right on.
He used to have this beautiful hat in Wings of Liberty that was called Two Forges and Colossus, but then look at these mineral patches. You can't do that on 2 base anymore.
You know, we're not in that. You know, the 2010s are over, man. That was also when people listened to dubstep. It's not, you know.
That was a long time ago, wasn't it?
Yeah.
My gosh.
So we have the Stargate coming here. It's about to finish, actually, where we have the Twilight Council tech coming for Creator. Zoun probably going to go into that Oracle pretty quickly.
Yeah, no doubt. Here it comes. We have a shield battery being made from Creator. It's going to be very good for him if it's in his mineral line. I believe it is, actually. I think that's a pylon next to the Nexus, yeah. So. All right, 4 Stalkers coming down against 3. 4 is greater than 3, but 4 is equal to 4.
Look at you. Well, Creator is actually going to get the upper hand on the micro here, especially when these Stalkers have to bunch up. And this is pretty huge. And
man.
All right. Kind of an awkward moment now for Zoun. He has to just keep running in this direction and try to patch things back up at home. Blink starts right now for Creator, who's pocketed 2 more Stalkers back there. There's no way the Stalker can actually outrun this forever.
That's what you say, Tay. So that Stalker has a different thing in mind.
Nah, he's dead, dude. He's dead.
He got caught. All right, 4 probes, though.
Yeah, a bit of a tit for tat here.
You lose 4 Stalkers, and you kill 2 Stalkers, so that's not super good, but you kill 4 probes. Who's ahead? It's a riddle, Tasteless.
It's it's been a kind of a funny game, and adepts are coming in now. Now I don't think we're gonna have Zoun commit with any of the stalkers down there, but maybe the adepts can try to shade through and start to pick off some workers. Is this entrance actually walled in? It is now, but there's probes here.
Oh, okay.
And then he's going to send that Oracle over into the main.
Three
and
more.
he's shift-clicked down
more.
a couple of... Oh, looks like the Oracle doesn't kill any, actually.
Hey, I mean, this harass
That's
is
good.
still doing all right. Yeah.
8 kills. Now Blink starts over here for Zoun.
Yeah, we do have Creator's Blink finishing, though. And it looks like, based on that pylon, that he is going to get aggressive with it. I think he should, too. He should try to push out and see if he can get anything done, right? Like, we've already seen 4 Stalkers die. There's an Oracle that's been made, and he lost 2 Adepts. So, yeah, he killed some probes, but you should have a bigger, stronger army right now as Creator. I think that's very clear.
Yeah, that would be for sure.
Yeah, he just combed the map with the Stalkers, now bring them over. He's making that proxy gateway. It's a little bit late, so not going to get the quickest warp in right there.
Yeah, he doesn't have that momentum that he would ideally want to have.
I love...
Stalkers are... Go ahead.
Sorry, I love Zoun standing on the stasis ward. So if there's a blink in,
Yeah.
it's not gonna end
This
well.
could be the ultimate bait in.
Yeah.
Because when you get Blake, a lot of times you're like, yeah, more. You're like, eh. So he's going to run away. Like, oh, no, don't get me. Oh, and it still catches a decent number of these.
No,
so he didn't blink
great.
onto it.
Yeah, he's gonna have to be Speedy McFingers over here and blink those away when it wears off.
All right, is he Speedy McFingers? Is he Quickie McFaststalker?
Quickie McFaststalker, that's not a real thing.
Are you just making up nicknames? All right, so he gets out.
Yeah, yeah. But I mean, that was like kind of
it was a good
timing
tactic
type of thing, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
So that was very well done by Zoun. I like how he put it underneath the Stalkers. Very, very smart. Now he comes out to fight.
Yeah, he should probably stay back for a little bit.
Yeah, not quite enough right now.
Now, Creator does take his third base.
Zoun wants to as well. Still making Stalkers.
Okay, another little victory here. And, you know, with the Oracle and the Adepts doing damage, I mean, this really adds up in the long run. Now, can Creator get a snipe on this? Okay, he actually cancels it.
Zoun does chase him out with his Stalkers.
Zoun may be playing a little bit more of a patient game. If he keeps fending everything off and doing damage back to him for Creator, I mean, eventually this game is going to flip.
Yeah.
Where it's Zoun slowly closing in on the bases of Creator.
I think he's playing a slightly better game. I think you're right.
I agree.
Creator's not playing terribly, but it does feel that way. That Zoun is
Creator having a better concave here, though, to be honest. This is pretty sick. And I was wondering if maybe Zoun wanted to try to blink on top of this and try to just take a fight.
Oh, I think
a more chaotic one, but
got a few less Stalkers, it looks like. Yeah, it's 17 to 21 Stalkers.
Oh, yeah. I guess I'm not appreciating how many more Creator has. I thought it was just the angle itself, right? If you were even on them, you would want to just blink in there and try to take a fight. But what about this move here from Creator? Oh, that is spotted by a scouting probe.
Gets a better concave once again, but we have constant warpins here from Zoun, so he may feel like he can actually take it this time.
Ooh, sniping the probes there, pretty big.
Oh, I'm surprised Creator's going that way.
Okay,
I think that's the one wrong move.
This is where he's going to get stuck in here, I think. And a lot of these Stalkers are very badly bruised.
It's okay, he brought his Zealot with him this time. Not sure what that Zealot is up to.
Yeah.
No good. Okay, so Zoun holds. I mean,
that's kind of
Creator killed some probes and stuff. There was some good things about that. I think that the only moment he did something poor there was moving towards the natural. That didn't make a lot of sense. That couldn't have gone well.
Yeah.
Like maybe he had an idea to go in and snipe probes and recall out or something, but you're playing against Blink Stalkers too, so you're going to get pretty punished for that, I think. Now 5 more gates for Creator, 4 more for Zoun, both getting charged. There is that Immortal out for Creator, but I think that's probably going to be the only one that we're going to see.
Huge gateway explosion on both sides as well. Zealot speed is almost done. It does seem like it's Creator that is still, you know, in a position where he's, you know, thinking about attacking in pretty soon here. He's got a Warp Prism coming. And he still has a foothold outside of the third. Zoun stayed in a very defensive spot, and Creator's kind of taken advantage of that by coming into these angles where, the Stalkers just have a much better surface area and are able to all distribute damage very nicely there.
I do want to mention, it looks like it's going to be Blink Disruptor for Zoun, although he is getting into his charge lots as well, which I think he needs as he tries to get into that.
Did he not kill that Obs? That's crazy.
Yeah, I think it got out of vision right away. And actually a very good engagement by Zoun. Picks off several Stalkers there. But this is scary. That's scary.
He's got to get to safety.
Creator, he's bringing the heat right now. Uses up that charge a bit. He's got such a good position right here. Oh, the Zealots get sent to the natural? Really?
Okay, this actually might work, though.
Well, he's got force fields. Oh, he actually just fights with part of his army?
Oh, what?
Okay. I mean, not a bad disruption involved, but the Stalker count is very high here. I don't think that this was the correct move from Creator.
Well, he's going to snipe down that Immortal. He's going to have more of everything here. I mean, Zhao's going to pick off this bit of the army, and I think even though this attack was, kind of cool looking, I think he actually outpositioned himself. He almost got, like, too fancy, if that makes sense.
Sending all of your Zealots in there, like, you're never going to win the main battle. So, that felt wrong how he...
It was
just way too many Zealots sent into the natural. Like, you can send, like, 2 and then keep the rest in front of your Stalkers.
Yeah, you want to keep the position and then, fan out or kind of shoot out these little
bits of damage.
Tiny, little pairs of Zealots or, something else comes down there and tries to start hitting workers.
You don't throw the window at him. You grind the glass and put it into his food.
Yeah, you got to actually get the position and then start to really reap the benefits of it. And instead, he got into this really slippery spot where, like, one set of units was one place, another one was another. And now I think this counterattack could be his demise.
Yeah, it's looking scary. Zoun is up by almost 40 supply right now.
Yeah, and he's got a Disruptor here as well. One that's well positioned, and it's going to be hard to snipe.
Yeah. This is just terrible right now for Creator. He's definitely lost this game.
And now the War Prism goes down. Not the biggest deal ever, but you can't juggle those Archons anymore. And so he's going to try to come down here. Only one Archon remaining, as there's just no way for Zoun to lose this game. And even though I think Creator did a pretty good job, I think he made a poor decision to try to get some kind of an advantage when really he just split up his army and suddenly it was all about, Zoun just taking one fight at a time. To where he eventually came out on top. GG. Zoun takes game 1.
He did it a couple times. It felt like actually, like tempo-wise, he was ahead of Zoun for most of the game, but Zoun kept calm all the time.
Yeah.
And just the couple of mistakes that Creator made, Zoun punished, and that was it.
It seems like Creator almost got carried away with the Stalker lead and kind of thought, like, okay, I'm doing it. And then, like, he didn't get the kill there, and he tried to force a kill where Zoun just, like, stayed really, really patient. Like, looking at the game from Zoun's perspective, I mean, he got into some weird spots, but he basically just stayed patient. He knew, like, okay, if I don't play calmly, I'm going to just die. And so he found an advantage with the Oracle. He did it with the Adept several times. And then he basically patiently fought with his Stalkers in a bad position. Bided his time. And, Creator kind of did what we've seen Creator do before, where he sort of, he became his own worst enemy. He made a decision, and then Zoun says, okay, I got it. You did a bad attack. All I got to do is fight back correctly, and I win.
Well, it was very well done. It was I'm very impressed with Zoun, and again, Creator did not play poorly. We're going to go to Curious Minds for map 2.
Yeah, let's get it going.
Game start. Team NV, Creator. Alpha X, Zoun.
So that's Zoun's probe moving out. And his first pylon is going to be up here where the third base sometimes could go.
That's very interesting.
I had to do a double take. I thought it might be the second pylon or something, but no.
Yeah. Wow. Okay, so I mean, if it's first pylon, is this going to be a 3 gate zealot?
Well, we got 2 gates so far.
Okay, it's 2 gate zealot. But yeah, I mean, if you're making your first pylon out there, it's certainly a proxy gate zealot rush.
He's going to go right back to 1998 Artosis.
Yeah. And you know what? Based on the building layout right now, this actually, I think Zoun, this is going to be good for him.
Yeah. Well, having a proxied pylon out here is not a great sign of,
Yeah. And look, he's like, I'm blocking
He's like,
your
look
Nexus.
at me, don't make a Nexus because I want to make a Nexus too.
He wants to make a Nexus so
Yeah.
badly.
He's like, well, I'll fend this off and then I'll have a Nexus and you won't. But actually, that's what he wants, dude. He wants a Nexus there.
Yeah. 2 zealots being made. 1 zealot here, chrono boosted.
Now a cybernetics core is being made here. We haven't seen the Stargate start yet, but this should be. Oh, I'm sorry. He's actually getting a gate of his own over here. So he's decided this had to be Stargate tech. All right, now he knows.
Oh boy. Unpowering that right away is pretty insane.
Yeah.
I think Zoun is going to take a very quick victory.
Yeah, and you know what? He also spotted the gateway in the middle of the map, so he even knows what's coming.
Yeah.
Good control with the probe, pulls it back out, unpowers that. 1 zealot coming into the main.
It's only 1 though, and we have 2 here and then 2 more coming.
And he doesn't get any kind of wall in, so now he can just come up here once more. And I think you just die because, yeah, 1 zealot's not going to cut it. This zealot can't actually go back and recharge the battery.
Good micro.
Oh, maybe he can.
Oh, he killed his own probe?
That's funny.
Oh, no, maybe that was his opponent's probe, actually. That would have been funny, though. And Creator brings in a Stalker. Like, some good ideas, some good tries here from Creator, but Zoun's build, really countered.
Get ready
what he
for
was doing.
every person right now to just queue up games and just try this out in PvP.
Well,
This is a
the
be
big
warned
question
on the
for
ladder right now. This is, let me tell you something, this is...
Does this beat Cannon Rush, though, is the big question.
That's that's the most important thing. This is definitely going to be trending on the ladder, guys. For those of you watching live, time to ruin the experience for the people that watch the VOD. Zoun wins.
Okay. Well, that was... I mean, he got lucky with what Creator was doing as well. Like, you have a much higher chance to hold. Like, for instance, if you're up your ramp, but honestly, that is a map where it's very oftentimes you're going to be making it lower.
It's very tempting to make it
ramp
on
up to the natural.
Right. If you have like a high ground and then like a middle tier ground and then a low ground,
ramped naturals are very good for.
It's very tempting to
walling.
make a wall in there because the wall-in complemented so well. And I mean, Creator, you're kind of feeling the sodium here. I mean, I'd be feeling it too, man. That's a rough moment. Big attack.
He didn't have a lot of control there. There wasn't a lot of counterplay for him based on what he chose.
I mean,
that there's an element in luck in what builds you choose. Like, we look at that and say, wow, Zoun was brilliant. But what if Creator had walled in at the top of his ramp and he was doing a cannon rush, right? And it's like, okay, well, I guess you're the one that's in trouble now.
Yeah.
Right? So
Creator's requested a break, which is fine. We're happy to honor that here.
He's going to check the bathroom for gates.
I mean, that's a rough loss. I think, Zoun's not a player we normally see do stuff like that specifically. But I think it was a smart move for him to pull it out, on a map like that. As you said, they do like to wall at the natural expansion. But we probably won't have any other games like that. I mean, we could still have Proxy Void Ray or, something of the sort. But that's, honestly, that's like about as extreme of a rush as you can do in PvP.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it really is. I mean, Proxy 2 gate. And it was, I mean, a smart build for the map, I think, definitely. So Zoun out-strategizing Creator. They're getting a little bit lucky with how that went.
Well, PvP, a lot of these builds, it can be kind of a poker game,
for sure.
And I think when you bring out one like that effectively, you rob the other player of a game, but you get a win immediately, So, I mean, Zoun, looking a bit more prepared overall here.
Maybe. Although Creator had an interesting build lined up, it looked like one proxy gate, one gate is
Yeah, I kind of wish we had Zoun play a normal game so we could also see what Creator had. That's also frustrating because Creator clearly was some kind of proxy gate build. You don't have generally more than 1 or 2 of those in a best of 5, so Maybe he'll try something crazy here. I mean, Creator using his 5-minute break right now is probably going over all the possible builds in his head. What do I want to do now? Should he try the same build he didn't get to use really before? Or does he?
Well, let's see. We're
just
going
have
into
a
2,000 atmospheres.
I think that's correct. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. Well, we'll be getting into it shortly. Creator is ready to go. He's eating something.
Got the gum.
Oh, that's chewing. I think that's food chewing, not gum chewing, right?
I think he's eating.
That's like an exaggerated
Is
chew
he
for
eating
gum.
a tiny Protoss player?
Right? Yeah, that was a swallow I just saw right there. That's not gum.
Maybe he swallows his gum.
It's going to grow gum in his belly, right?
Yes, we got a gum belly, man.
It's going to help to give nutrients to all those watermelon seeds. Things you're told as a child.
Yeah.
Team NV, Creator.
It's gone. It's under the desk with all the other Protoss players' gums.
Alpha X, Zoun.
Okay, so nobody putting a proxy pilot out right away here. I would not be surprised, though, if one of our players does do a proxy Stargate or anything like that. We don't see fast expands necessarily here when you see the wall at the ramp like this versus the low ground.
Yeah. 2,000 atmosphere is not as good for those, right? It doesn't have the ramp natural, so it doesn't make as much sense. And the probes pass right through the center, so that's very standard gateway scout timings.
Right.
They both know that.
Doesn't mean that we can't have some kind of aggressive stuff later on, but every building you make and where you make it is a statement in the game, right? About your plans and intentions, and that's why it's so important to try to scout that or see that stuff's missing somewhere. But right now, yeah, nothing out of the ordinary at all. We do have double gas on both sides. So, yeah, nobody hungry to take a base just yet, but there's still many different games that can be played from here on out.
GG's the floor right there.
What did you say?
You need to put the GG tag under the cybernetic score.
I'm worried this one could be a 3-0, though.
Yeah?
I'm only saying that because Creator is known to tilt. He's known to get frustrated, and that is a frustrating loss.
I would agree with you, but he looks less frustrated than on most of his losses. Doesn't he?
Seemed like it.
Right? He doesn't
But
he doesn't
he
seem
did
as
look
flustered.
sort of frustrated, okay?
Yeah, yeah. No, I mean, you'd have to be inhuman to not be at least somewhat frustrated. That's like, he just didn't have any control based on the build he chose and his opponent built, the build his opponent chose. It's not like Trap holds that, It's not like Stats or something holds that.
No, I mean, you just get
you're just kind of
trampled by the Zealots.
I mean, Flash would have won, but nobody else. All right, so just blocking that Nexus a little bit.
So both players went for double Stalker. Oh, that was funny. I thought Zoun was just not going to attack the pylon.
Yeah.
I'm like, what is it going on?
He's got to get across the map.
Now, we had a Sentry, actually 2 being made here for Creator, whereas Zoun makes 2 more Stalkers.
Do you like that pylon finish?
I don't know.
I don't.
I don't like it. I don't
either.
think
I
it's
don't-
very good.
I don't see the reason.
Now, we have the Twilight Council coming here. We may even see another 2 Stalkers get made over here.
Another gateway also.
Yeah, so this is actually going to be a 3-gate with Blink,
Yeah.
which is, again, not a build we see all the time off one base, but it is like one of the variants of the game in a PvP. And look, this could work. I mean, you have 2 sentries. Keep in mind, if you get 2 sentries, a lot of times one of them goes ahead and makes a hallucinated Phoenix to scout.
Yeah.
But, if you scout and you see what's coming, and it's Stalker Blink, oh, can he actually kill this?
Yes.
Okay, so this is pretty
That's
sick.
an amazing
I was going to
catch.
say,
because this can still be a Nexus.
And
4
here's-
Stalkers, you can have 4 Stalkers, right?
absolutely.
That's no problem.
And he spends his energy on another Phoenix. So each of these is going to be 1 less force field or less Guardian shield. But the thing is, when this scouts it, I mean, it looks like the path, it's going to be a little bit late, right? Okay, so
Yeah.
now he's going to see it, especially with that
gets in.
extra gateway back there. Now, he has a forge coming. He actually might want to just make cannons here.
Yeah.
Like, that's just,
I think that's a good call. I think, because all he has to do is live.
It's not pretty, but this may be a PvP where you just want a bunch of cannons down there. He's going to make some batteries here as well. Now, Blink upgrade starts for Creator. Zoun's is about 70% done. He also saw that. I don't think that was the biggest surprise to spot that. Now, there's a lot more batteries coming down here. This is going to come down to the math of how quickly can the Stalkers of Zoun one-shot the Stalkers of Creator.
Yeah, and he's going to have enough, but you got to be careful. You got to kind of wait for Blink, because otherwise the force fields go down and you lose Stalkers. So
he's got to have patience here.
Yeah, but look, cannons are finishing. Dude, Creator, this was great crisis management. Whether he holds or not, I think this is very well done so far.
Okay, and he doesn't blink yet. He waits for the first force fields to come down, and he actually does a run by. That is sick. Did not occur to me.
No, I did not think that's
that was actually something I hadn't factored in. That's a great play there. And think of how many probes are going to be taken out here, and then he pulls right back and does it again, right? He's got more Stalkers coming. The run by I really was not expecting.
No, I wasn't either. And the force field was just barely off of blocking most of them. So
again, he can one-shot now, and he has one Stalker blocking the ramp. He actually just barely can't one-shot, so he can two-shot now.
Yeah,
and he does the run by again, and this is how you do it, apparently.
Yeah.
That's brilliant.
That was
and
well
he's
done.
going to unpower this later.
Yeah, all the probes coming out to fight. I mean, even if you force him out of here, which you might not. Oh, God, he's just going to blink back
in. Yeah.
Don't need to run by again.
Yeah.
They have a direct path here.
This was a brilliant play here by Zoun. The run by really makes a lot of sense to then loop back around and start taking fights.
He played a really nice series here. A really nice series.
GG. Wow. Okay, Zoun is a god.
No, that was
awesome. Was sick.
The old
we hadn't factored that in all. That's so funny. We're like, there you go. There's the can and the batteries. Like,
yeah, no, I was looking at that setup and I'm like, that's a hard thing to break, man.
Like, yeah, and then he didn't put the force fields down right away, and I'm like, yeah, he's being patient. He's going to wait and then blink over, and it's like he's going to do more than that.
Yeah.
He's going to just run right up the ramp.
He focused down some sentries, then, blinked and tried to get up the ramp as quickly as possible, and he just kind of slipped up there like a slippery snake.
Yeah.
And beautifully done. Beautifully done by Zoun.
Wiggled his way up the ramp and took it, man.
And to the round of 4 he goes, and we have 2 really great matches for Thursday.
Oh, yeah.
Man, Zest versus Maru and Dark versus Zoun. That is a great top 4. Fantastic.
I'm especially excited for Dark versus Zoun. That's going to be a lot of fun.
I agree. I think that's a great match, and whatever the finals may be will be fantastic as well.
For sure.
Zest versus Maru, I feel like Maru's going to eat him alive, honestly.
I mean, I would love...
Maru's too good right now.
I think so. And that's going to be on Thursdays, guys. We are going to have information for tickets. We are having a live studio audience at last. Hopefully there'll be many more live studio audiences to come with that. And so here's our final 4.
Yeah, so we had a couple 3-2s and a couple 3-0s. Zest versus Maru, Dark versus Zoun. We got all 3 races represented. David Kim wins again. Thank you, David Kim. And yeah, that final's coming, man. Gonna be a best of 7 for the finals, best of 5s for the round of 4. A nice night. This was a good night.
It's been a good Super Tournament.
I felt like the Dark ByuN series was not particularly good.
That was a bit of a disappointment, but, you know, it kind of lets you know that, look, ByuN is, and he was good in the round of 16. He can really hold his own against some people, but then there's players like Dark where you can see ByuN does not have an answer.
Yeah.
And this is why we don't talk about ByuN the same way we talk about Maru, even though we have in the past.
Yeah, no, certainly. People go in and out of shape all the time,
right.
So it's a normal thing. Except for Maru, I guess. He's always been in shape.
Yeah.
Yeah, in fact, he might be the only player that's always in shape. Maru versus Zest, Dark versus Zoun. Said it enough times by now. What is your pick for the winner of the tournament?
Maru, I think.
I think you're right about that. Yeah.
Could be Dark or Zoun, but I mean,
I don't
to go
think
Maru.
They can beat Maru. Like, I mean, Dark Maru is the best possible finals, I think, and that could be a really fantastic one. But Maru is in such good shape right now, man.
I just don't see Zest beating Maru. And like Zest looked pretty good in his games, but he also had some pretty big errors and in control.
Yeah, and Maru will jump upon those harder than Bunny did, and Bunny did a really good job too.
The ticket info, guys, is at the bottom of the screen right here. You need to be vaccinated, having your second vaccine. To be clear, this is not for anybody out of the country. You can't come in here and then come to the studio the next day. There's a 10-day mandatory quarantine. So this is basically for people living, working in Korea.
Yes. So we hope to see you down there, guys.
Yeah. Bring proof of ID. If you've been in Korea, you already know the whole the rigmarole. You got to prove that you've been vaccinated with a little QR code thing.
Yeah.
And we'll see you guys down here.
Yeah, it's gonna be a great day, and it's very good matches as well. Like we don't have any mirrors there. There's the possibility of Zest Sound finals, but it looks completely unlikely. They're actually the 2 underdogs in their matches.
Yeah, I think so.
What can you say? It should end up being just a fantastic finals no matter what. Is Maru going to win another tournament? Like, you just can't stop him. And he's so young, too.
Crazy.
It's not like we're waiting for him to go to military like Zest. You know?
We got like 5 or 6 more years of Maru at least.
Oh, my God. He's just going to, by the end, he's going to have so much that he's won.
Guys, thank you so much for joining us. We will see you on the finals on Thursday. We love you. Take care. Bye-bye.